Hi, beautiful souls. Dr. Sandra Marie here. I wanted to take this time to promote Jim Sells from Mastering Alchemy's Project Park Bench. We frequently discuss how there's so many different paths, so many different roads to get to consciousness, and Mastering Alchemy has been one of mine. I'm feeling really passionate about this project of world service. It is free, and it's our opportunity to be a creator in moving humanity forward. I've engaged in previous park bench projects with Mastering Alchemy. If you're not able to attend the live sessions, they're all recorded for your convenience, and the recordings are just as powerful. It's our opportunity to influence and make a difference. Enjoy this promotional video. See you on the other side. A physical park bench is optional.
The world is changing. It is transitioning. The game of domination and greed of the few, creating isolation, loneliness, fear, and lack for the many, is coming to an end. It appears to be getting worse, but it is coming to a completion. And simultaneously, a new light, a new realm of consciousness, a realm unlike that which is falling away, is now appearing. A new world built upon agreement, opportunity, oneness, respect, is now coming into form. Not as hope, but as a physical experience of possibility. This creation is about you, about each of us. This is why we came here. This is why you are here at this time. We as spiritual beings came to bring into physical consciousness a new architecture, one without fear, one that has been dreamt for many, many eons of time, a landscape that is built upon respect, appreciation, laughter, co-creation, and well-being. We're inviting you to join us to sit with thousands of others once again on the park bench, all in agreement, not as a hopeful meditation, but as an intentional, conscious co-creation. No longer as just a thought, but as a tangible experience that we all have always known is possible. So please, come create with us in this project, where two or more are gathered in service to humanity and the earth.
I watch the flames burn higher, and I lose my soul as it dances with the fire, and I become one with the beating of the drums, bare feet waiting on the rain to come. And I pray, oh mama, bring me rain. And I pray, oh mama, bring me rain. I chase the butterflies through the flowers, and I sit and talk with the birds for hours, and I watch the trees dance as they're blowing in the breeze. And I pray, oh mama, sing to me. And I pray, oh mama, sing to me. Lying in a bed of wildflowers with the rainfall washing over me. I hear the mountains singing my song, and when she calls me home, I feel free. So I pray, oh mama, bring me rain. And I pray, oh mama, sing to me.
Hello, how is everyone? Welcome, beautiful souls. This is Dr. Sandra Marie, and welcome to the 2024 Wild Soul Gatherings Summer Summit Spirituality Explained. We have 3 full days of presentations and conversations on consciousness and spirituality, ready to go for everyone. Very excited about our 17 extraordinary speakers who are going to talk over the next 3 days. I would ask that everyone kindly introduce themselves in the chat, where you're from, and please put some questions in there, some thoughts you may have. We are all of the speakers are looking forward to interacting with you over the next 3 days. To get started, the award-winning author Sony Singh is going to share an original poem to start off the summit. We do have Mary Armandaris, who's ready to go in the background, so she will be on camera in about 2 minutes. Hello, Dr. Sandra Marie here. Take a moment to pause and enjoy these series of poems from the Doctor of Divinity and award-winning author Sony Singh.
Hello, my name is Sony Singh. I'm going to read a poem from my book of poetry called Embody. This poem is called I Am Love, and I felt that it would be a good poem to open the summit with because it explores the concept of love as an energy, which we all are. So here we go. I am love, am I not? I am all there is to love and more. We all are. It's our essence, the heart of our being. Love is energy and purpose, belonging and meaning. Let love in. Love surrounds. Feel it. Recognize it. From within and what others give. Everything is love, including me.
That was beautiful, and I really appreciate that Sony, she's recorded actually a series of 9 different poems that we're going to use throughout the summit, but that was a special one she picked to start the summit, and then she has one to end. And in the background here, we have Mary Armandaris, and I'm going to flip us over here a little bit, Mary. It's been a long time, so we're going to be starting Spirituality Explained. You are very amazing and passionate. I love your energy, and I thought you were absolutely the perfect person to get this thing started. So it's good to see you again. You're going to be talking about get in touch with the angels, deepen your spiritual practice. Welcome back, Mary.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to share. I've got a great journey for us to go on today.
Oh, I'm super pumped up. Just a real quick introduction before you jump into it. Mary, you are a certified mastery consultant, motivational speaker. I can see where you rock the stage as a motivational speaker. Your energy is just amazing. You're a specialist in power retrieval. I know that you're going to be talking about that today. And actually, you, after overcoming fear and anxiety yourself with the help of the 12 archangels, you mastered transformative power retrieval healing techniques. I can say that. And you really are dedicated to empowering others, especially young adults, which I think is so important, who have given away their power and really lost sight of their dreams through different conferences and your YouTube channel and the different work that you do. I know that you, just on a personal note, are very passionate about nature. You love exploring the outdoors. You love being with your dogs and your family. I think that they ground you. And that most of all, you're dedicated to raising vibration, unlocking innate potential in others, and helping them pursue their dreams. So I'm going to let you get to it. I feel like it's been quite a ride for you. So how about if I just give you the whole screen? Are you good with that?
I'm good with that.
Okay, I'll be in the background.
All right. Thank you. So thank you so much. I just want to put a shout out to Sandra for putting together this beautiful Wild Soul gathering. I know we're going to learn a lot from all these different presenters. So well done to you. Too bad her face isn't on the screen anymore. But today, what I want to start out with is a story. Now, this story is an ancient story that I'm going to tell you. You may have heard this before, but you may not know where you fit in with this story. In the beginning, there was a great star being, and this star being said, "It's time to create. I'm ready to create. I'm ready to expand." And so, from this star being, 12 new stars were born that moved in a counterclockwise motion around this massive star being. And these star beings were no different, didn't think they were separate from the massive star being. So these 12 star beings decided it's time to create. And they created they created 12,000 new stars. And these 12,000 new stars created 144,000 stars. There was no separation from the great star being in the middle. They never felt separate. They always felt like they were always there. They were always oneness. These ancient 144 star beings decided it's time to tell stories. It's time to create. It's time to expand. So they started creating the solar systems. They started painting. They started creating and expanding. And they just started creating more and more souls, just infinite amount of souls. So where do you belong in this story? You are part of these ancient beings. We are all part of these 144 original ancient beings. So we can never lose our way. We're always oneness. We're always love. We're always beauty. So I wanted to start this story out to remind us that we're always connected. So who were those original 12 stars that Creator created? Those are the 12 archangels of the central sun. They helped create schoolroom Earth. They helped create our solar system. So today is really exciting for me to present to you how to work with the 12 archangels. And what does arc mean? Arc means to bring heaven to earth, earth to heaven. So there's no separate, there's no hierarchy. We are all one. We are all connected to the great source creator. And that's really important to remember because we go through life going, oh my gosh, it's so hard here on schoolworm earth. Yes, it is. It is hard here. Why? Because we have duality. We have fear and we have love. So we're here to do our homework. We're here to get through our karma. We're here to release those old patterns and beliefs that we have so we can get back to oneness, to love. So today I'm super excited because I'm going to take you through the solar system. And we are going to learn about each angel and how to pull on the energy of the angels and the planet. Okay, so we're going to start with Mercury. Now, the angel that's associated with Mercury is Archangel Gabriel. First of all, I want to say you might go, those names that you're telling us, Mary, might be a little different than I'm used to. That's okay. These names were given to me from the archangels, so they might be different. Once you tune in, you might get a different name. So just bear with me, but you're going to learn a lot. So Archangel Gabriel is the element of air. Archangel Gabriel is the angel of communication, the angel of psychic communication. So everybody should be tapping into this angel every day so you can communicate. We all need help with communication. So how do we do that? What we do is go, Archangel Gabriel, please open the angel airwave so I can communicate with my boss. Maybe you're having a hard time or you want a promotion. So I can communicate with my boss so we can understand each other perfectly. So all you would do is go, Archangel Gabriel, I really want that promotion. Can you help me put a little sparkle, little thing in my boss's ear so he knows that I'm going to come and we're going to talk about this?" So Archangel Gabriel goes, "Absolutely." So he talks to my guardian angel and talks to your boss's guardian angel, and they have a conversation before you even talk. So they're already talking, and then that energy will flow through both of you so you can understand each other perfectly, have a beautiful conversation. So that's Archangel Gabriel. And now we're going to move to Venus, Archangel Raphael. We all love Archangel Raphael. Archangel Raphael comes to you in the beautiful emerald green and golden sparkles. Archangel Raphael is our heart, teaches us how to love ourselves, how to have self-care. Archangel Raphael helps with healers, doctors, spiritual teachers. My husband just had a stroke a few months ago, and I'll tell you what, Archangel Raphael was all around us. I had massive pictures of Archangel Raphael in the hospital room. And if I'd go out of the hospital room, I could feel the energy shift. When I'd come back in, there was that beautiful love, healing energy. So call on Archangel Raphael when you are going through anything. If you're depressed, whatever, call, because it brings that healing, love, power, that love energy in. So that's a really great angel to call on. Next, we're going to go to the moon. Now, the moon, her name is Morgan, and she's our grandmother. She really is Mother Earth's grandmother. So the moon is really special because from our perspective, what we see is a craters, kind of white, kind of cratery. But if you go and you introduce yourself to this archangel, you will be surprised because she knows who you are. And if she will move the veil over and you go and you stand in the moon, go and stand in the moon and ask her, "Can I go bathe in your lakes?" What kind of power does she have? She has magic power. She has the power to help you with your intuition. So if you're in a pickle, you want to call on Morgan. You want to deep dive into that energy. So when you go and visit and let that veil move over and go visit the moon, you'll see grand, beautiful lakes. You'll see beautiful mountains, and you can go bathe in that, and you can get those answers and that clarity to any problems that you have. So she's a really great angel to work with for your intuition. Another thing that's awesome to do is when she's at her brightest, her fullest, go stand outside, stare at that energy, let that white light come through. It is going to ignite your intuition. I guarantee it. It works. She's amazing, powerful, magical archangel. I'm just going to have a sip of water. Sorry. Now we're going to go to Saturn. Who is Saturn? Saturn is Archangel Michael. Archangel Michael is the headmaster of Schoolroom Earth. Archangel Michael is here to go, "Okay, Mary, are you getting your homework done? Are you getting your karma done? Are you letting go of those patterns and beliefs? Are you letting those go? Because I'm going to keep constricting your life. I'm not going to let you move forward until you get this homework done." So he's the schoolmaster. He's like, "You're not ready. You're not ready to expand. You're going to stay here until you learn your lessons." Until you learn your lessons, and then we get Jupiter to come in. Now, who's associated with Jupiter? Metatron. Metatron comes in and goes, "All right." So Metatron and Archangel Michael work as a team. Saturn and Jupiter work as a team. Michael's constrictive, Metatron and Jupiter is expansive. So Metatron comes over to Michael and goes, "Hey, has Mary learned her lessons yet?" Michael's like, "Nope." She's like, "Okay, we're going to keep her here." Metatron comes back over. Has Mary learned her lessons yet? Yeah, she's breaking those patterns. She's breaking through. She's ready to move forward. And Metatron goes, all right, here we go. Now we're ready to expand. Mary, what are those dreams? What are the desires that you've been trying to get through? Well, you finally broke those patterns. So Metatron is the ether. Metatron is the one who goes, yes, it's time to move forward. So that's really cool. Metatron and Jupiter is awesome to work with. Now we're going to move to Mother Earth. All right. So Mother Earth truly is our mother here on planet Earth. We are so grateful for letting us, all these billions of people, step on her and trash her and do all this. Guess what? She loves us unconditionally. She loves us unconditionally. And we need to start respecting her more. And every day I go outside and I say, thank you for this beautiful day. Let me release. And she lets me release all the fear and the anxiety that I'm feeling. That's what a mother does. A mother loves us unconditionally. She loves us unconditionally. So when you are feeling out of sorts, not grounded, go outside. Mom, can I release this fear, anxiety, whatever I have? And she'll just pull it straight down for you. So she's a beautiful, beautiful angel to be so excited and be a part of. It's just awesome. So, but I want to say one more thing about Mother Earth. She needs our help. So when we are feeling, when our emotions are out of whack and we're not tapping into our emotions, that is polluting our water, right? Because we're all oneness. Remember the story I started with? We're all oneness. So one of us feel it, we all feel it. That's included with the archangels, everything. We're all oneness. So when we're not feeling our emotions and we're not taking care of our emotions, we're polluting the environment. So we want to go, what am I feeling? What do I need? And ask yourself that. Angels, fill me up. What am I feeling? What do I need? And they'll come in. You call on one, they all come. And that really works. Anger. Oh my gosh. When we are so angry, and we've been so angry lately, as a collective, that starts fires. So we need to start being more responsible for ourselves to help our mom, right? She loves us unconditionally. The abundance she gives us is all from her. So let's just be more mindful about helping Mother Earth. I want to talk about Archangel Chamuel. Archangel Chamuel is Neptune. Archangel Chamuel is the divine feminine energy. She's the energy we need to be filled up, overflowing daily with. Archangel Chamuel is a beautiful angel that is the color of ruby red. And to work with her energy instantly fills you up with that safety and security. The Divine Mother, right? The Divine Mother is the mother that we need to be held and cuddled. And I don't know about some of you, but I know I didn't get that because I was from a family of 10. So I didn't get that yummy mommy attention. And just lately, I've learned to call on Archangel Chamuel and ask her, fill me up. Fill me up, overflowing with the Divine Mother energy so I feel safe and secure. See, if you don't feel safe and secure, you can't go on your life being cheerful, happy. Things don't work out. The Divine Feminine energy is the energy for us to receive, whatever that would be, abundance, wealth, good health, whatever. We need to be filled up, because if we're not filled up with this energy, we're open for disease, we're open for lack. So the Divine Feminine is key. So how do we fill up with this Divine Feminine energy? We can come in and sit on a ruby red chair and just imagine that beautiful energy flowing up through the bottom of you. And that's going to keep you safe and secure. Yes, we are working with the root chakra. The root chakra needs to be overflowing. That is the Divine Feminine. That is the grounding energy that we need. Another great way to work with her is a ruby red sofa. And what I like to do when I'm really in a panic and I'm really not grounded is I like to take little Mary, my little divine child who's freaking out, and lay on her. And that divine energy will flow up and it'll help you feel safe and secure. So she's a great one that we need to work with every day. And now let's go to Mars, Victoria. You're probably like, I've never heard of Archangel Victoria. Archangel Victoria is the sister of Michael. So all of us have feminine and masculine energy. So Michael's half is Victoria. And Victoria is all about free will and highest will. So planet Earth, we're all about free will. So that means we can do naughty things, right? We can have that one night affair, we can get drunk, fall asleep on the couch, we can, steal, whatever. We have free will here. But to evolve, we need to be in our highest will, right? So our highest will is where our soul wants us to go. Free will is like, oh, I can do whatever I want. Yeah, you have a choice. You can definitely do whatever you want. But Victoria will come in and you call on Victoria and go, Victoria, what is the greatest good for me? What is in the alignment of my highest will? And she'll help you get in that direction of your highest will so we can evolve, we can move forward, because that's why we're here, right? Now we're going to go to Uranus, Ezekiel. So Ezekiel, it comes in with emerald green and golden sparkles. This is the angel of transition. This is the angel that you need to call on when you get the creepy crawlies and you're going, I think there's a ghost in here. There's a ghosty. Uh-oh. Who do I call? Archangel Ezekiel. Archangel Ezekiel is the angel that comes in and goes, okay, it's time to do a transition. It's time to go back to heaven. Because a lot of the ghosts get stuck here, right? They didn't finish doing their patterns and beliefs. So they're stuck here. They don't know where to go. And so Ezekiel will come in and go, okay, it's time to go home. And you'll either do it, you'll see it in a spiral, or you'll see the, like the white staircase. You never know whatever's going to come in with Archangel Ezekiel. But that's the angel you want to call in when you get the creepy crawlies. I've done it a few times and it works. It's pretty amazing. You get like, whoa. Okay, so next let's go to Pluto, Zadkiel. Okay, this angel is so important to use to get our school work done. Our homework done. Zadkiel, it comes in with the violet fire, just like Saint Germain, the violet fire. What is the violet fire? Violet fire is transformation and forgiveness. So we need to be using this energy on the daily. I work with this energy every day, and I teach people how to use this energy every day because it works instantly. Now, if you're stuck with forgiving someone, and the main thing is what I truly believe is forgiving yourself, because we beat ourselves up more than anybody else. We beat ourselves up. So our Archangel Zadkiel, comes in and you ask, please bring that violet fire, that violet flame. It's not fire, it's energy. And you can bathe in it. I like to go step in a river of this violet energy flowing through you, and it'll release all the dense energy, the forgiveness, and people that you don't want to forgive. You just say, I forgive. Even if I don't know what I am forgiving, I forgive anyways. Because we hold on so much stuff that we've even forgotten, and it's creating those patterns and beliefs in our life. So we need to get in that violet fire energy, that river, and bring it through us and just say, I let it go. And even if terrible things have happened to us and we don't want to forgive, all we have to say is, I forgive. I forgive. Even if I don't want to forgive, I forgive anyways. And what you're doing is you're activating that and you're letting it go. And each time we do that, we're getting closer to our highest will. We're moving forward on our path to evolution. So that is a really, really important angel to work with. The violet fire is so important to work with. It'll transform your life. And so, for me personally, Archangel Chamuel, the ruby red, 100% need that every single day. The angel airway, every single day, you need Gabrielle's angel airway so you can speak the truth and move things forward. I said Chamuel. So the next angel and the last one is the sun. The good old sun. We all love the sun. We all love to be outside. It changes us. It fills us up with joy. It fills us up with confidence. And his name is Horus. And the sun is so brilliant because it just brings that energy of just joy and confidence that we need every single day. So I live in California and sometimes it's foggy and I can't get that sunshine on me. So I just imagine that yellow energy just flowing through me. You could just step into that energy and have it fill you up. And that's a wonderful way to start your day with that joy because you're starting it off with, yeah, I got this. I got this. I'm going to be okay today, full of joy and love and light. So that is basically the angels that help us out every day. They helped create Schoolroom Earth. So they're here to help us move on our path forward. So every day, just kind of tune in to each one of them, and you might get a different name than I gave you. But these angels are here to help us. We're all one. We're all connected. So all this said, now I would like to walk you through how to open up your sacred space using the elements and the angels associated with the elements. This sacred space is an awesome way for you to meditate, to go in and ask your soul a question, to ask your guides a question, because you are making a container that is pure, undiluted love. And you will feel the angels coming in when I teach you. So I'm going to take a drink of water. And we are going to close our eyes and take a nice deep breath in. And exhale like you're blowing out your birthday candles. And one more inhale. And exhale. I call in the 12 archangels from the central sun to come and be with us right here at this present point in time. I ask that your energy just flow over all of us that are on this call together or who listen to this later. We are so grateful for your assistance. So we're going to start on the east. So it's going to be on your right side. So I just want you to pay attention to the right side of your body. And we are going to call in the power, the tower of the east. We ask that we open up the power in the tower of the east, the element of fire. Archangel Michael is stepping forward. And I just want you to sense his energy. Archangel Michael is stepping forward. The power of the fire, the element of the fire. This energy is opening up all on the right side of you. It's bringing in your creative energy. It's firing up your creative energy. We are so grateful for your assistance, Archangel Michael. Now we're going to move to the south. We're going to move to the south. Archangel Uriel, the element of the earth, the element of all the I can't think of the word right now. We're going to call in all the elements of the fairies, the devas, We're calling you all in to be with us right here at this present point in time. We open up the power of the South. We ask that Archangel Uriel steps forward and grounds us to you, Mother Earth. We're so grateful for your assistance. Just feel this angel coming in, pulling at the bottom of your feet. She's opening them up, pulling down those beautiful roots all the way down to Mother Earth. We are so grateful for your assistance. Now we're going to go to the west. We're going to go to the left side of your body. I call on the power in the Tower of the West. Open up the power in the Tower of the West, the element of water, emotion. Archangel Raphael stepping forward. We are so grateful for your assistance, Raphael. The power, the healing power of Raphael. Feel and sense this angel. Incredibly powerful. Thank you. We're so grateful for your assistance. We go all the way to the north now. We open up the power in the Tower of the North, the element of air. Archangel Gabriel stepping up. Sense and feel this angel. We're so grateful for opening the angel airwaves. Thank you, Archangel Gabriel. Now we're going to go to the center. We open up the ether. Archangel Metatron stepping forward. Open up the ether. We're bringing more heaven, more love to earth to embody us. I call on each and every one of our guides and our team that surrounds us, and they're stepping forward. All 12 archangels, it's a symbolic number, are all around us. Archangel Michael is stepping forward and taking his blue, sapphire blue sword out and placing it straight down your back. The truth, protection. And expand this energy. And now you are in a perfect balance sphere of angels, your guides, of undiluted love. You can ask a question. Soul, what do I need to know today? And when you're ready, you can just come on back. And I hope you enjoyed that. It's powerful. I challenge you to start opening your sacred space with the archangels, because the power will start really flowing through you. And the more you do it, the more you're going to be connected, and you're going to start to feel them. They're always there. And even if you can't see them, I can feel them all around us right now. And it's just a beautiful energy. Even if you can't see them, it doesn't matter. They're always there. It's your intention. Where your intention goes, energy goes. So this is a really great, beautiful way to get in touch and love yourself and let the just like that beautiful energy flow through you, because they're here to help us evolve. Does anybody have any questions? That's beautiful. I have tears streaming down my face. Yes, it's powerful. It's really powerful, Lindsay. Try to do that every day. Favorite angels, Archangel Michael. Yes. Archangel Michael is wonderful. He is tough. He is tough sometimes, but remember, get your lessons done. Break those patterns, break those habits. You know, they're so hard for us. The angels are really here, can feel them all around us. Um, the more you work with this powerful energy, it's just gonna keep coming to you constantly and constantly. So my really just try to open up that space, those sacred space, and let that energy come through. It's awesome. Sandra, what do you think?
Oh my God, I'm still like collecting myself again. It was like grounding, but I still have to reground myself, if that makes sense, because the energy was so palpable. So I know Jeannie talks about Archangel Michael, and I feel like the different archangels come in and go depending on what's going on in our lives. But for whatever reason, Uriel has really connected strongly with me for whatever reasons or whatever it is that I'm supposed to be working on. So it's interesting the different energies that they all have. That was just an incredible presentation, and gosh, what a way to start the day.
I know. I know. It was like, what should I talk about? And it was just like, this is what you're going to talk about because I think people need to know that they're there all the time. They help create Schoolroom Earth. So they're here to help us evolve. And I
Well,
thought,
no,
perfect.
that was perfect. And I love that you gave all the background and excuse me. I love that you gave all the background and the sort of set the plate as to how it all got started with the energy. I'm also going to take a sip of water. There were some comments as you were taking your water that hydration was good. So
Mm. Yes, hydration is awesome because it moves the energy. We definitely need to drink more water because that helps really move the energy for us.
well, and they always talk about that after you have energy work done and you've done a session to really hydrate and make sure you increase your fluids to get it moving. And then I believe with anything that might have been stuck, it also helps purge it or eliminate it also.
100%. You're 100% right. That's why we need to watch out what we eat and drink because
Yeah.
it takes us down the wrong garden path. And then we have to start all over again.
So I did want to bring up because they're really, you had mentioned working with the anxiety. What I've noticed is it feels like just globally that there seems to be a lot of tension with the chaos on so many different levels that's going on that people are feeling some folks are getting pulled in more to the fear and the anxiety of it. It's almost like we're seeing the separation now as we're moving with a new earth where, people who are transforming and maybe ascending a little more of it seem to be shedding a lot of that, and others are sort of holding on to it with that last hold on. What are your thoughts about how to help people who need to manage the chaos right now, or they want it gone, but they're stuck with how to do it because they're
Yeah.
so overwhelmed with it?
So I have a few things. So first of all, we need to learn to stay in neutrality.
Mhm.
Right? So we can observe what's going on, but we need to sit back and not put our energy in there. Remember what I said, we're all oneness. So when one of us is thinking this, it's like a domino effect because we're vibrating off of each other so we can feel everybody's we're all pretty much all of us are empaths and they don't believe it, but they are. Right? So it's like, oh, Sandra's worried about what's going on. And so I pick up Sandra's stuff and then somebody else picks up my stuff. So we're just doing this. So we need to sit back and we need to take care of our own energy. So we need to get in that violet fire energy and soak ourselves in that to transform things, right? To transform that anxiety, that fear. A great way to help, and it goes back to Mother Earth. Go and dip her, imagine that earth, dip her in that violet fire energy. I forgive even what's unforgivable. I forgive, because we all have these opinions and we point fingers. Oh, Sandra, you said that. I don't like you. No, stop. Stop. Let's start being proactive and not putting our energy into those things. So that's a great way to help Mother Earth and help each other. Put the whole globe in there.
I
I
love
forgive.
it.
Yeah,
I love it.
it works.
We have another question from the chat.
Okay. Turn specific direction in the different angels. Why do we turn specific? Okay, because we're calling in. So we're opening up a sacred space. So each direction is associated with the elements, right? So we're trying to open up our sacred space by calling in the direction of the east is Archangel Michael, the element. I don't know why it is. It's just the way I've been taught. That's the honest to God truth. And it works. Once you start really feeling, you're going to feel those angels come in faster and faster, and you're going to feel the fire. So the fire isn't necessarily fire. It's the fire within us, the creative energy, that creative passion that we're calling in with Archangel Michael. And then with Uriel, they're all, you're with Ariel, right? You like Ariel?
Uriel.
Uriel.
So there is an Ariel and there is an Uriel.
There is. And they both are, see, I think that's why you're associated, just came to me. Why you're associated to Uriel is because you're on a journey. You're on a journey of discovery, and Uriel is helping you push that journey. And as you go on your journey, you're helping expanding other people's journeys. So that is why you're associated with that angel.
That makes so much sense. And it's interesting because, you know, and I'm going to ask you about this next, you know, and it's because of being on the earth. I always feel Uriel is male, but Uriel is always described as female. Nope.
That's not necessarily true.
So that's, I thought, you know, they always, and I'm like, I don't know, I feel like I talk to him all the time, or he's here, and it's more him. So you, when you talked about the divine feminine and embracing that and how it influences our transformation and sort of that transition from maybe the yuckiness of being in the physical, the earth plane, that actually spoke to me. I found it very powerful. So can you just touch a little bit on the divine feminine and the divine masculine and how that plays out?
100%. So the divine feminine is sound. So what are we made of? We're made out of light and sound. So the sound, so my belief, my teaching is the creator is more divine feminine. Whoa. Because that's the motherly thing. And the divine feminine is the one who gives birth, creates, right? The divine masculine is our thinking, is our ego, gets us in the way. So we have a lower, okay, so let's start from the beginning. So we got divine masculine, divine feminine in every single one of us, in the angels, in God's source, is feminine and masculine. Right. Now, on planet Earth, we have our divine masculine, divine feminine, but it could be at a lower vibration or it could be at a higher vibration. So at the lower vibration with the divine masculine, that is when we've got our ego running the show. So nothing's ever working out. We're always in the ego brain. Now, the divine feminine at its lower, I call it the old male and the old female, the old way, is running the show through guilt, shame, blame. We don't want to live like that, right?
No.
So so when we've got the masculine at its highest will, its highest vibration, that is listening to the feminine energy to bring words in so our intuition can hear it, because it's the creator. This is the one who's bringing in those thoughts. This is the one, the male is bringing in those creative thoughts, those creative energies. We can't hear it on the female side, the intuition side, if we're down here. See, So we're out of balance. We need these to be perfectly up here so the intuition can flow through and we can go, oh, yeah, I got that great idea. So it's important to keep our get rid of those old patterns, those old beliefs, the guilt, the shame, the ego, the judging, the wanting. That's all the old male. So we need to make sure that we stay at that highest vibration of our divine feminine and our divine masculine. Did that answer your question?
It does. So it's all about harmony and balance. Some people, we could have a debate if balance is a little different than harmony, but I'll just put that out there as a general statement. And honestly, I love that, your focus that we're all creators and that's a lot of it, because our next speaker coming up, CJ Miller, is going to focus a lot on us being creators and how to embrace our creative selves. So I love when things happen that are unplanned, right? Coincidence, not. So that was pretty beautiful. I love that. Thank you.
Oh, you're so welcome. No, I am so thrilled that you put this on, because you're going to help so many people out there. And there's so many wonderful people that have the passion flowing through them, and they're here to help us evolve.
I agree. And it's just getting the message out, because we're, as you said, it's oneness. We're all doing this together. So you facilitate it one way, I facilitate it a different way. There's so many different ways to come up with it. So I am sorry to hear about your husband. Definitely will be sending some energy out to all of you a little later with that. But so what are you doing these days, Mary? And what's next for you?
So these days, I had to take a back step for a little bit going through the stroke thing. And it actually, I know this is hard to believe, it actually made my heart bigger. I didn't think I could grow bigger. I felt like a Scrooge. I know that's weird to say, but my heart grew bigger after this whole stroke thing. So it made me put the brakes on everything. Like, I stopped working, I stopped doing, everything. And it made me rethink, hey, who are you?
Oh, wow.
It's a good question to ask yourself. Who are you? Who really are you? And I went, you know who I am? I am an amazing, loving being that loves everybody. And I love to share. And I love to motivate. And I love to speak. And you know what? I love to hug. When people hug me, they go crazy, because they can feel the energy coming through me.
Absolutely.
So honest to God, Sandra, I am at the spot now where I'm like, you know what? Ever since I was a little girl, I always wanted to help young women and teenage moms, because I was a teenage mom, and their children know that there is a place where you can create your own life. You can create your life from design or desire, or design or default, sorry, right? So I want to teach people how to create your life from design now. So that's where my new focus is. So maybe we'll be able to have a conversation in the next couple of months, because I'm going to have it all new and coming together.
Okay. I love that. It's sort of interesting, because I have to tell you, I'm really getting divinely nudged, I guess is what I'll say, is to do another summit in September. And as I'm finishing this one, just having it come to culmination and go live, there's that other part of me is like, what are you thinking? Like, you're up to your eyeballs with this, and like taking a deep breath would be nice to have. But I have a feeling that the divine has some other designs for what I'm supposed to be doing. So it's interesting that you say that. More to come. We'll be talking about that for sure. So are you working with clients, or are you just doing more general out there working? I know you've shifted a little bit.
I'm starting to get back to working with clients.
Okay.
I had to put a halt on everything, my podcast, my YouTube, everything. I just kind of did a halt. So this was awesome for me to come here and get my energy flowing again. So you were my divine angel, girl.
I was going to say that's too funny, because you had been on my mind for a bit and was really pulled that I needed to reconnect with you. So I think that the energies, the powers that be, that are much bigger than us, have
100%.
definitely been working with us. Do you still have your website and stuff,
Oh,
or
I
you're just gonna?
absolutely. Power
Okay.
Retrieval and maryarmendaris.com. And I also have my YouTube channel and podcast channel. So,
Okay, I'll
yeah.
make sure I get that information out there. I do know I have a lot of it on the website. So, any last thoughts for folks?
All I have to say is just honor yourself and call on these angels, call on these beings. We are part of these beings, and these beings are here to help us. Their energy is so strong. And really try to open the sacred space as much as you can, because it's going to move you. It's going to move you quickly the more you do it. So just loving everybody, and so excited to be part of your summit.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. I thank you. We have 10 minutes until CJ is going to be on live talking. I appreciate you. We're going to give everyone a few minutes to take a little self-care break, and I'll connect with you in a couple of days, Mary. Thank you so
Sounds
much.
good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, beautiful souls. Dr. Sandra Marie here. I wanted to take this time to promote Jim Sells from Mastering Alchemy's Project Park Bench. We frequently discuss how there's so many different paths, so many different roads to get to consciousness, and Mastering Alchemy has been one of mine. I'm feeling really passionate about this project of world service. It is free, and it's our opportunity to be a creator in moving humanity forward. I've engaged in previous park bench projects with Mastering Alchemy. If you're not able to attend the live sessions, they're all recorded for your convenience, and the recordings are just as powerful. It's our opportunity to influence and make a difference. Enjoy this promotional video. See you on the other side. A physical park bench is optional.
The world is changing. It is transitioning. The game of domination and greed of the few, creating isolation, loneliness, fear, and lack for the many, is coming to an end. It appears to be getting worse, but it is coming to a completion. And simultaneously, a new light, a new realm of consciousness, a realm unlike that which is falling away, is now appearing. A new world built upon agreement, opportunity, oneness, respect is now coming into form. Not as hope, but as a physical experience of possibility. This creation is about you, about each of us. This is why we came here. This is why you are here at this time. We as spiritual beings came to bring into physical consciousness a new architecture, one without fear, one that has been dreamt for many, many eons of time, a landscape that is built upon respect, appreciation, laughter, co-creation, and well-being. We're inviting you to join us to sit with thousands of others once again on the park bench, all in agreement, not as a hopeful meditation, but as an intentional, conscious co-creation. No longer as just a thought, but as a tangible experience that we all have always known is possible. So please, come create with us in this project, where two or more are gathered in service to humanity and the earth.
Welcome back, everyone. How are we doing? Hey, CJ, how are you? Oh, sorry, I just got your message. So I want to welcome everyone back. Are you able to hear me okay, CJ? I am not hearing you. Is your mic on? Or is my mic on? So we just got through with Mary Armand. Oh, there you are. I hear you. We just got through with Mary Armandares. I love to say her last name. It flows so nicely for me. Who really does a lot of work with the angels. She's very connected with the angels, and she certainly can. She gives different insights, right? Because we all have heard about angels for the most part at some point in our lives, and it's always interesting to talk with someone who really has made the angels, or the angels have made them their life work, is probably more what it's like. But right now we have spiritual artist Christopher Miller, who goes by CJ, with us. And this is going to be an interactive presentation. It's going to be a little different because we're using a different format than CJ is used to. And it's called Being a Spiritual Artist, Creative DNA. And we're really excited to have you here, CJ.
Well, it's nice to be here. Although I will share that is interesting, this different format. And I was thinking about what you were saying earlier, where you were talking to Mary about creativity, and so I wanted to start with that and talk to people a little bit about my background. But what I want to encourage people that are watching this, first and foremost, if you're watching this, please chat and leave comments, because I have realized just in this last day or two, as we talked about this presentation, how much I, as a creative artist, respond to seeing people and interacting with people. And this is the first time I've ever been anywhere where, I'm just going to be talking to a screen. So I want to encourage the listeners to please use the chat room and just say hello, howdy, jump in, give feedback, so that I have something to be creative with. Because creativity is an interactive process. We create with spirit.
Yeah, it's interesting. And I do want to just give a quick introduction for you. He's an author, and he also has his own podcast called The Spiritual Artist. He wrote a book, The Spiritual Artist. It's really fascinating. I really enjoyed the book. But you have done a lot with your artistry. Over the years, you created The Urban Artist in 2017. You did some marketing work very early in your career, but you've really committed yourself to your work being the spiritual artist. And you made a comment in something that you had written, or either that or we talked about, and I did want to start out and share it because to me it was very powerful. And you say, as humans, our first task is to create, whether it's painting, raising children, starting a new business, making dinner, or just writing a book. And, I'm a person who I would say, when you bring up art, would say, oh my God, art, like I can draw stick people. I'm not an artist. And when I read through your work and I listen to you and you talk about making dinner, raising all the different things that we do is really artistic and creating, I think that that's really powerful. And I did want to throw it out there to start with, and it's interesting that you talk about the format, because for me, especially with COVID, it was such a shift, because I'm such an eye contact interacting type of person when I speak. And when we started moving to all these different online meetings, the Zoom, the team meetings, a lot of them weren't even visual. Like, you're just listening to people on the other end. And I would be like, I don't know when it's my turn to talk. Like, I'm used to going off of physical cues to even know when it's time to speak with people. Or, I would say my superpower is reading the room and feeling the energy and doing all of that. And it was taken away. And then you throw a mask on someone and I can't even see like their lips moving. I realized I probably had lost some of my hearing and didn't even realize that I use watching the whole facial expression to catch the message, it's different. So I just wanted to throw that all out there because I think it's all an opportunity with this particular presentation you're doing. So that said, I'm going to flip off. I'm going to put your PowerPoint on. And
Yeah, I think I can share my PowerPoint from here if that's easier, and then you won't have to control it.
yeah, no, that makes life
Let me
easy.
see. Yes, here you go.
Okay.
How's that?
I click the button.
All right.
Okay, I'm going to pop myself off and then I will pop myself back on.
Okay. All right, everybody out there. I'm hoping you can see my PowerPoint. And I want to introduce myself and tell you my story a little bit. I enjoyed listening to Mary talk about the archangels and creating sacred space. And I might actually jump on the heels of that, creating sacred space. But let me tell you a little bit first, a couple things. First, I want to make sure that if you're listening now or in the future, that you grab a couple sheets of paper, get some crayons or colored pencils, and sit here. And while I talk, I want to encourage you to do something. I want to encourage you to doodle. And doodling is where you just let that subconscious mind of yours draw and scribble on the piece of paper. So since you don't have to maintain eye contact with me, and since I can't maintain eye contact with you, I do want you to feel that interaction with your own creativity while I tell you my story a little bit. So make sure you have some paper and some colored pencils or crayons as I go on and tell you my story. So we were just talking with Sandy, and we were talking about the COVID and how it changed our world. And it did indeed change our world. And it's probably where I first came up with starting to analyze who I was as a creative artist. And it's when I wrote my book called The Spiritual Artist for people. And it was when I went to a store and people were pulling things off the shelf. This was right in the very beginning of COVID, and people were grabbing and pulling things off the shelf. And there was such fear. And I was standing there with my teen son, and I could see the fear on his face by how the people were around him. I saw the fear in his eyes, and it was scary. It really was scary. And as we left the store, though, there was a woman entering in the store, and she stepped up on the curb, and she looked me straight in the eyes, and she smiled. She smiled. And that's when I realized that even in the midst of turmoil and problems in society and food shortages and this infectious disease, there was someone maintaining love in their heart. And they were maintaining this space of what I have learned to call the spiritual artist. So even in the midst of all this, and I smiled back and I said, "Good morning." And then my son and I stepped off the curb and went down to our car and drove away. That was the beginning of where I put together the spiritual artist. And so let me tell you a little bit more about who I am and what the book is about. And we might even talk about creating sacred space in your life. So what I realized when I was doing this journey is that there definitely was, when I created painting, when I paint and I create art, I feel this incredible connection to something, some power that flows through me. And everybody, I think almost everybody understands this at some point in your life, whether that's when you're making a good meal or you're out with a friend or you're just seeing the sunset. There's this feeling that there's this power that flows through you and you're connected to all that is. And so I want to say that there is no denying that there's an incredible force behind this manifestation that surrounds us, whether it's the soft blue, orange, and pink of a sunset or the clear, crisp, radiant glow of twilight. There's a force behind all this. And the first step as a spiritual artist is to recognize this power. It's impossible to walk along the beach and not revel at the cold sand beneath our toes and the glorious waves at our feet. Now, what I do see, though, is I don't think this power is by a name. I think it's beyond a name. And so I encourage you as a as a spiritual artist to realize that everybody has a different name for this incredible power. And so I learned to not even put a name in when I think of this creative power. So hopefully you're doodling along as I talk about this. But I want to repeat, when I recognize beauty and awe in the world, I align myself with the signal from this power. Did you hear that? When you recognize beauty and awe in the world, you align yourself with the signal from a greater power. And just listening to the conversation between with Mary and Dr. Sandy there, listening to them talk about there's a lot of anxiety out in the world right now, isn't there? There's a lot of stress and worry. There's a lot of frustration. And I've realized that I have to keep stepping into my connection to all that is. I call it stepping into spirit. I call it stepping into spirit. And I step into spirit when I recognize the beauty and awe in the world around me. Are there any comments on that? Any response? Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is while you're doodling, I'm going to read this chapter from my book, and it ties into how you have to create sacred space. And it's tying into something Mary said earlier. When you're connecting with your archangels, you're creating a sacred space inside of you and outside of you. So I'm going to read a chapter from my book, and then I'm going to talk a little bit more about how we are all unique. Yes, Jeannie, isn't that true? Thanks for sharing. So there is a lot of anxiety out there. So let's talk about creating sacred space, because I think this is a skill set that everybody should practice all the time. Every morning, I do what's called a spiritual practice, and I create a sacred space for myself. So chapter 4 is called Creating Sacred Space. I previously mentioned that my morning ritual usually consists of a cup of coffee, sitting before the window in my kitchen, and listening to the silence. I love to watch the blue jays sweep down on the bird feeder outside my window to gather the peanuts that I set out for them. In that silent space, I ground myself and begin the creative process, whether writing a chapter of my book or completing a painting. However, the current COVID crisis has changed many of my routines. Our home is now my husband's office, and I can hear him listening to a rather loud news program, and we know that news is one way to pull yourself from that space. My son will be up shortly and shooting hoops or noticeably moving about the house. This morning, I'm finding it challenging to practice getting in the state of a spiritual artist. One of the first steps I learned to becoming a spiritual artist is recognizing what it means to create a sacred space for your work. Sacred space is more nuanced than the choice of a lovely studio. New artists should locate a spacious table or easel in a room with good light. Georgia O'Keeffe wasn't the only artist to seek out Santa Fe for the wide open spaces and quiet solitude. She claimed that a magical power held sway over the hills and valleys of New Mexico. Many artists have been known to seek out the silence and solitude, and I am one of them. But how do I proceed to get myself in the creative state with the disruptive chatter of a news program flowing around me? For now, I've retreated to my studio on the other side of our home. I'm very fortunate to have a small studio, but it will take more than relocating to that room in preparation for my creative work. It will take a shift in my consciousness. So, what we do as artists, as spiritual artists, and while you sit here and doodle and free thought and let shapes come, and I'm going to talk to you about why you're doodling and what that means and how that describes that you are an artist in a minute. But let's talk about the importance of creating space. We have to be able to find that and to step into spirit, into that space at any given time. And I do that throughout the day now. But at this time in my life, I just started practicing first thing in the morning. And so I encourage you, when you get up in the morning, to sit down with your tea or your coffee, try to find a place where you can view nature. Nature is the easiest portal to creating sacred space. And calm yourself and calm your mind. So if you can, I'd like you to write into the comment section while I read, what way, how do you find sacred space? How do you sit down? And I love this, Jeannie. Thank you for giving me some feedback. I really appreciate it because I realized the creative process for me is interaction, right? So Jeannie is saying that she loves to go off the grid to a cabin. She goes somewhere off site. And you know what? I encourage that as well. I think a spiritual artist goes somewhere and you save some space for yourself and being alone. And in silence and quiet, in that solitude, we find our connection to all that is. So thank you, Jeannie, for sharing that with us. So what I want to talk to you about sacred space, it's not just about creating the space in your workroom or your art studio, having a nice quiet place in the house. And I found that that was the case, when COVID started, I had to find a place in my house where I could do that. But now I realize that it's also about creating space in your heart. It's about creating space in your heart. And so what I do in order to create sacred space is I put this consciousness on manifesting and opening this place of curiosity. You create a space in your heart of curiosity and safeness. And you know that no matter what happens, I will take care of myself. I will take care of myself in this situation. So I want to add that just got another comment that oftentimes, yes, mundane chores like mowing can be a place where you create sacred space. Just this repetitive path. Buddhists often talk about, chopping wood and carrying water. It's in that space that we connect to all that is. So when we go back to my story about COVID and running into that woman that was coming into the store with a smile on her face, she was able to do both because she obviously wasn't in her own studio. She wasn't in a safe cabin. She wasn't mowing. She was walking across the parking lot and she was in the same environment that I was in. Think about that. She was in the same environment, all those people around me, the people that were pulling way too much toilet paper off the shelves, that were pushing in line, that were looking at the floor, that were scowling to get in front. And yet she was controlling and holding her sacred space. So that is what we do as spiritual artists. We learn to practice holding that space and listening for spirit. We listen for spirit. Because when we listen for spirit, we get that creative impulse, that creative intuition to do something. Did you hear that? When you are listening to spirit, you get that creative impulse to create something. Now, we are all different or all unique. So let me go back to this PowerPoint and talk to you about what I mean when I say that we are all unique. So keep doodling for the time being, okay? Keep doodling. I wanted to show you that I have been give you a little history. I am an active artist. I sell my work. I do shows in Dallas, Fort Worth. I have shows, paintings shipped out to other galleries across the country. But I love to do shows that engage people and create a space where they react. And so in this picture, this is a show last year, and I have one coming up this fall of my work. And you can see that I do a variety of work. And I'm going to show you how doodling, and I hope you're still doing it, leads you to creating work like this. Because if you look at these paintings right here, you'll notice that there is some sort of sense or feeling of doodling going on in them, isn't there? You can almost see that someone was doodling it. And it's when you step out of the mind and the consciousness and you step into God, you step into spirit, and you just follow that impulse and you follow that impulse that you can create these wonderful pieces of artwork. So I just wanted to show you some of who I am and the different styles, because when we're in that place of listening to spirit, all sorts of different creativity comes out of us, different aspects. And you can see how different some of these styles are, right? I mean, there's a feeling of sameness, and yet look how different this painting I'm standing to vertically, how different it is. And I believe, and what I want to share with you is that everybody is an artist. I want you to hear that. So everybody on this call, everybody listening to this video, you are an artist. And all you have to do is step into that sacred space. Step into that sacred space, feel the impulse, and create. So keep doodling. And I'm going to read a little bit further in this book on sacred space, because this is going to give your mind something to keep it busy while you doodle. Okay? In my newly acquired silence, I remember what sacred space means. It's much more than a brightly lit room and high ceilings. Sacred space is a state of consciousness. When I talk about creating a space, I'm referring to the act of freely allowing for your possibilities, the liberty to let yourself explore and take risks in a safe atmosphere of non-judgment. That's what I was talking about earlier. You let go of that judgment, the critical mind. This space is created by shifting your consciousness and thoughts. It opens room for new possibilities. There's a space around you and the area inside of you. Okay, I want to say that again. There's a space around you and the area inside of you. And so I go on in this book and I talk about my mentor, my art mentor, Virginia Cobb, and how she would create a sacred space where we would come and paint in this beautiful light-strewn studio in Santa Fe. And you could smell the cedar trees outside and you could feel that connection to all that is. And she just sat there. She did not judge. She never judged our work. She just sat there and let us create work. Okay? So this is what she did. I'm going to jump a little bit because I don't want to read the whole chapter. But Virginia permitted only constructive criticism. If a self-important student suddenly became heavy-handed and critical in their comments, our maternal mentor would instantly become fierce and nudge them firmly back in their place. And yes, sometimes I was on the receiving end of her mindfulness. After my first 2 workshops, I decided to analyze her process. Virginia wasn't a demanding instructor who required exacting levels of technique or skill. She didn't urge any of her students toward a particular style or method. She calmly, lovingly presented her knowledge and then encouraged us to find a creative way. We were free to pick and choose from her insight. I then realized what Virginia provided me and everyone else in the workshop she manifested and held a sacred space for us. She created a centered environment where we could explore our expression without judgment or condemnation. She nurtured a safe place to explore our creative boundaries. So, as we go on here, I'm hoping that you're doodling on your page, and I want you to give me some feedback now. I want you to take a moment and look at your doodles, and let's talk about what those doodles represent. So let's talk about what those doodles represent. I want you to look, and if you can, comment and tell me what you're seeing in those doodles. Do you see a certain color that you gravitate towards? Do you see a certain pattern or texture or curve? Whatever the case is, I want you to type it in the comments so other people can see how they see, how to compare it to what they're seeing. All right? Okay. All right. I'm going to go back and talk about my story here. Okay. My story. It was through the painting process that I began to learn to separate myself from my thoughts. And those thoughts were often critical, I will tell you. I started changing the focus of my attention. Rather than watch my brushstroke, I began watching the thoughts that I was having while holding the paintbrush. All right. Okay. Thank you. Someone shared that the host is, I think that's Sandy, seeing blues in square curves. So, Sandy, what you're seeing there is what you gravitate towards is part of what I would call your creative DNA. And each and every one of us has a unique creative DNA associated. We are all attracted to certain colors, certain patterns. And in this case, you are attracted or at least in this moment, you're attracted to blues. And that says something about you. And Jeannie might be finding that she's attracted to something very different. And also squared off curves. See, some people do straight lines and straight edges. Some people do curves. That is part of what you call creative DNA. That is part of what makes you unique and who you are. So other people, as you're looking at this, I want you to look at your doodles and see what you're finding in there and show it and share it with us. And part of this is, like I just talked about in my PowerPoint here, part of this is letting go of the critical mind of your thoughts and just letting it come out. And so when you doodle, that's what happens. And Jeannie is seeing a green infinity sign. So there's this feeling of peace in that. There's a feeling of connection when you do that infinity line. Right, Jeannie? And the fact that you're attracted to green. The fact that you're attracted to green. So this is all part of who you are in your creative DNA. And that's why doodling is such a wonderful practice to uncover the basics of who you are. All right. And while people are doodling and sharing their comments, I'm going to move on and continue to talk about this. Read this quote about my story. Okay? All right. Thank you. Rather than watching my brushstroke, I began watching the thoughts that I was having while holding the paintbrush. So, Jeannie, I thank you for participating. So the fact that you love green is showing you something that's unique to you. And you're going to find that what I would tell you as a spiritual artist is to pursue that creativity. Start painting and maybe do a whole show or a whole event on green. But right now, just embrace it. Embrace the colors of green and start exploring what you like about them and what you don't. And also the different shades of green. Maybe you only like, maybe you only like certain shades of green as opposed to other shades of green. And start recognizing who you are. So when I say that I started watching my thoughts, I was watching how I work. How do I react to the canvas? You can see there's a painting behind me in the room that I'm working on. And it's a process of me listening, but also, so I'm listening to spirit, but I'm also listening to what's within. And certain colors just seem to come out. You hear that? Certain colors just seem to come out. You don't have to consciously force it or control it. They just happen. Thank you. And I love that as well. The heart chakra is perfect. It's perfect. And maybe you would even gravitate towards, we're going to talk about that in a little bit when we go into a semic. I'm going to talk about it briefly with the semic drawing here in this presentation and writing and what that means. Okay. But Jeannie, those shapes like a heart might actually come into your work as well. Okay. So I want everybody to flip the page on their scrapbook as much as you can. And I'm going to ask you to draw a butterfly. And please, you do not have to draw the butterfly in this picture, but I want you to draw a butterfly in your mind's eye. How do you see a butterfly? Okay. I'm going to give you a few moments to draw a butterfly any way you want with any colors you want. And then I'm going to play a video which shows you a little bit. Of what this process will show you. So I'll give everybody a few minutes to draw a butterfly in their mind. Take your piece of paper, a new piece of paper in your scrapbook, and draw a butterfly. Okay, I'm hoping I can play this video for you, which actually shows a class with some participation here. Okay. All right, let's see if this will play it for you. Hmm. Okay, you guys, I hope you can hear me. I'm kind of being totally cut off. I'm not sure. All right. What I'm trying to say there in that video is, as you can see, where people actually drew butterflies and we could look at them, is we evaluated how different they were. Yes, thank you. We evaluated how different they were and the fact that everybody sees the world differently. Some people draw a butterfly iconically. By iconic, I mean with strong edges and straight lines. Other people draw a butterfly that's very realistic. Some people choose soft, natural colors. Some people choose hard, bold colors. This is all about your creative DNA, what is unique about you. So this is part of what you should realize is who you are. There is no wrong in creativity. There's just who you are in creativity. So what I teach you in this book and what I want you to be aware of is to start watching yourself as an artist and realizing who you are. Everybody is an artist. Everybody is unique. And so that's what this exercise teaches you is when you look at that butterfly, see who it is and how it looks. Does anybody have any other comments they saw on the butterfly? All right. Okay. Let me see here. I'm going to go back to my slide projector here and explain some terms for you. And I will share with you this is really interesting. It is very tough to do an interactive presentation in this format. So I apologize. And perhaps I will come back in the fall and we will have capabilities where you can actually see and participate more, where you can actually interact. So I'm going to you can see my slideshow here. Hopefully you can now see my screen. Do you see it? Here you go. All right. It's not okay. There you go. So what is your creative DNA? Your creative DNA is what makes you unique and special. And Twyla Tharp wrote this term. She's the first one that introduced this term in her book called The Creative Habit. And it's a great book for dancers. She is a dance choreographer, a dance instructor, very famous. And she wrote this wonderful book. And this is where I first heard the term creative DNA. And it means that each and every one of us, should we have a pen or pencil and be asked to draw a butterfly, would draw something different, something unique, each and every one of us. So that is part of your creative DNA, whether you gravitate towards green, whether you gravitate towards curves or straight edges, all of that is what makes you an artist. And so what is most important that I hope you get out of this streaming video is that everybody has this creative aspect of them. It is spirit in you. Did you hear that? It is spirit. It is divinity as you. Each one of us is an individualized expression of God. And so this is spirit as you. All right? Okay. So I want you to recognize that you have creative DNA. You're an original, an individual, a masterpiece. Celebrate that. Don't let your uniqueness make you shy. Don't be someone other than the wonder you are. Every star is important to the sky. Every star is important to the sky. Okay? This is a class picture, shows a picture of some students painting together in one of my retreats and how we do help you develop the uniqueness of who you are. Okay, so I'm going to explain a concept for you. I can't show you the video, but I can explain the concept for you and encourage you to go to my YouTube channel and watch. There's a full video on asemic writing. So we've now done some doodling, and then you've also practiced drawing a butterfly to realize that every one of us is unique. Every one of us is unique. And so doodling is just one way of starting a painting or starting a piece of creativity. You let it happen. You let it unfurl. All right? Okay, GD, thanks for giving me some feedback. But you are. Everybody is an artist and everybody is unique. So what epistemic writing is, it's a wordless, open, semantic form of writing. It's sort of like doodling, but it's where you feel. It has no specific content. You cannot read it. It's a doodling and scribbling. And I use this activity when I teach art to people, when I start you with an abstract painting. And if you remember, if you can see the painting behind me, you can almost see how I use this technique to start a painting. It's just one of many ways of starting a painting. But epistemic writing is a place where you can practice and realize that you don't need to start. Unfortunately, in our school system today, so many people are taught to imitate Matisse, be Picasso, be someone else. Go out there. When we take our students at a very young age and we teach them to be away from who they are, we teach them to focus on how to draw like someone else. The reason that making art is so spiritual is because it really is. Each painting that everyone does is totally unique and it's totally individual to you. So I ask people to embrace that spiritual side of themselves, to embrace the God within, and start practicing and realizing that they are creative. And it started when you were really little. Do you remember? Do you remember that? Do you remember sitting on the floor of the living room? The TV might be on, or maybe outside on the patio, and you would just sit there and color and draw and scribble. Well, that is what epistemic writing is. It's a way for me as an art instructor to teach you how to get back to that point where you just played and did what you needed to do. It just comes out. And you'll realize that if you look at this drawing, in this PowerPoint, this is a drawing from one of my students. And what he gravitates towards, there's some dash marks. There's some heavy filled in areas. There's open white space. There's a curved looseness to the edge of the piece. So epistemic writing is a way that you can practice releasing this creative DNA in you. Okay. All right. With the non-specificity of epistemic writing, there comes a vacuum of meaning. So it lets you interpret you. So this term, epistemic writing, which a lot of people have found very interesting because it has such a spiritual aspect to it. For me, it's interesting because it really demonstrates that you are unique. Do you hear that? Epistemic writing demonstrates to anyone. If I sit you down and I have a room of 30 people and I have you all doodling or doing epistemic writing, there is no question that something unique comes through you in a pattern, in a design. And it doesn't matter whether you're using a pencil, chalk, pen, brush, mosaic tile, whatever. Everybody is a creative artist. And so what I help you uncover is the uniqueness of who you are. So this term was coined way back in 1997 by a guy named Tim Gaze and Jim Leftwich. And they used this to their quasi-calligraphic writing gestures. And so what I want you to focus on, I'm going to go back a slide real quick. Not only does it record how you see the world in icons and shapes, it also records the strength of your arm, the build that you have, how much power you have. For the last couple of weeks, I was on a medication that was draining my energy. And I found that I couldn't finish this painting, or actually the painting before this, because my energy wasn't there. And energy is part of what we bring to it. Now, that's not to say that you can't be creative with limited energy, because you can. Creativity comes through us all the time, no matter who we are, all the time. So you can always be creative. It's just how you creative. Now, I started the painting in this high energy way where I'm big strokes, and I had to go to another smaller painting when my energy was low. So epistemic writing is a wonderful way for you to tap into your artistry and who you are. Okay. So It's going to be tough to do, folks, but I want you to flip your page. You've now doodled for a page and you've drawn a butterfly. I want you to flip that page of your book. And I want you to try to just draw freehand, to try this systemic writing. And there's two ways you can do this. So first, you can do it with your eyes open and consciously be aware. But there's a nice little cheat for this, a nice way to get started. Try closing your eyes. Try closing your eyes and just moving the pen or pencil or crayon around on the board. Just move it around and see how it unfurls. Thank you, Lindsay. So I want you to close your eyes and just move that pen around. And if I had music, I would play music for you right now while you're doing this. And so I'm going to give you this little exercise that you can take out into the world after you watch this. Try doing this with music. So pick your favorite song and close your eyes and just let it flow on the board. Thank you. There we go. Got a little music. So I'm going to give you about 3 minutes to just doodle with this. And maybe we can find another song after this where you can start on a new page and you'll see how different it is, how music affects what you're doing. Now, I want to tell you that a systemic drawing is not where you're intuiting or listening to spirit and drawing thoughts. It's not writing. It's not channeled drawing because it's coming from you. It's coming out of you. It's coming out of your connection to all that is. So it's through your body, through your motion, through your size, shape, through those shapes that you gravitate towards. A systemic drawing is all part of that. I'll give you one more minute and then we're going to stop the music and see if anybody wants to post some comments in here about what they're feeling when they do this systemic writing. I don't know, Jeannie, if you're still with us, but maybe you could share how you feel about when you do this. How does it feel? What have you uncovered about yourself? What are you seeing in the systemic drawing? And the same with Lindsay. Lindsay, if you're doing it, share what are you seeing? Do you see curves? Are you attracted towards straight lines? When you open your eyes and look at what you've done, are you surprised? Let's see here. I'm gonna try something, folks. So, Dr. Sandra has shared this spirals and coils for her that's highly unusual. And what that can come out of, what you should realize is it's not just your creative DNA that's coming out, it's how you're reacting to what's around you. And so I'm going to ask our hostess to see if she has a different music clip, and we can try this exercise one more time. We're going to ask you to flip the page and try the exercise one more time with a different song, maybe something a little slower. All right. So flip the page, feel it, and try and start drawing to this song. Thank you, The Loose Truth. Perfect. So try it with your eyes open or closed. There's no right or wrong. You can choose either way. Sometimes it's easier to turn your mind off when you don't look at it. This is about turning your mind off and letting that creative impulse come out. Our mind is just a tool. It's just a tool, and sometimes it can get in the way. So we find peace in turning it off. And what I want to ask you while you're doing this, which is something I'm only learning in the last couple months, is I want you to feel your body too. How does your body feel? This is a very different song. It's a different instrument. You might have picked a different color. Maybe change out the colors a little bit. But feel your body too, because your body is part of the creative process. Not only do you listen for your body, you also listen to where you might have resistance. Oh, good, Jeannie. I'm glad. This song is very relaxing. And what I found is that when I create artwork, if I create it with a certain type of music and I change the music halfway through, it often can positively or negatively affect the artwork. If I'm working on something very large like behind me and I change the feeling of the music, it will change the artwork halfway through. And that's not what I want sometimes. But sometimes you do want that conflict in your painting. Sometimes you want that conflict in your painting. So if everyone would be just willing to share one word of the color that they're gravitating towards when they listen to this music, and just type it in the comment section. What color? Purple. Great. This is all how you tune into your empath, the side of you that senses the world around you. Great, Jeannie. And if you don't have a color that you that you're seeing or feeling, do you see a stroke? Do you want it to be a heavy, thick stroke? Do you want it to be a thin stroke? Do you want it to be light? Are you feeling a light stroke or a heavy stroke right now? All right. We're going to stop the music there. Great. Thanks. Exactly, Abbott. Thank you. We are the brushes that paint the masterpiece. We are. And thank you guys for sharing, because it's, you know what? It's just such a great lesson for me. Because I'm realizing how much I react to the world around me. That's how I create. And so I'm loving that you guys are sharing that the brushes, we are the brushes that create the masterpiece. And every piece of work is a reflection of who we are. That's why each work is a recording of who we are as an artist. And even if it's a doodle, back when you were in high school and the teacher was boring you and you were doodling, That's a reflection of who you are. And you could go back and find a slip of paper. Have you ever done that? Found a slip of paper of something you doodled way back in high school, and it brings you back exactly to who you were, what you were at that time of your life. And the loose truth, I love the fact that you're showing that you're using a pen, because it doesn't matter what instrument. There's so many different instruments that you can use here. And you can use a pen, a pencil, a brush, a crayon. And I think that the fact that you see white is great. And you know what? So I would recommend that you go get a dark piece of paper and try this exercise again and use a white crayon, because you respond best to a contrasted background. And that's something you're learning about yourself as an artist. I desire dark backgrounds with white text. And you can see, if you know what, I love this. If you look at my painting behind me, I'm going to share a little story because I have time. Okay, if you look at the painting behind me, you'll see that I'm doing a white stroke. I'm going to move over and show you that I went in the wrong direction, and I started using a dark stroke at one point. And I found out that it took the energy out of this particular composition. So the color, the value and the color of your stroke, whether it's light or dark, also contributes to the composition and the feeling of the painting. So embrace that. And Jeannie, the fact that you felt that music and it was light is a typical response of your body pulling in and feeling that song and the composition. And what's interesting is we'd like to think that, oh, well, we all would think that, right? Some of us would want to say, I hear a soft song. We all would do light. That's not true. Do you know that? That is not true. There are some people that would hear a soft song and get angry. They get angry, or they push harder. In fact, on a recent retreat, I played a very uplifting, happy song, and probably 80% of the room loved it. 20% of the room found it irritating. They did not like someone to push them up into joy. They did not want to be pushed into ecstatic. They felt resistance. And so when I talk about listening to ease and flow and resistance as you work, that's part of the process. So we don't all react the same. And we make a mistake as creators when we assume that everybody does. All you can do as a spiritual artist is focus on who you are. I'm going to repeat that. All you can do as a spiritual artist is focus on who you are. And so a spiritual artist is about learning who you are. Am I curls? Am I straight edges? Am I purple? Am I white? Do I like contrast? Do I paint big? Do I paint small? Do I like to do realistic? Do I like to do abstract? There is no wrong in creativity. There's no wrong in creativity. We all are creative beings, and it's about letting that pulse out. So I'm going to read this wonderful quote because I love to incorporate emotion, and emotion can be found in music. And so this quote is about that and what we just talked about. And so when I say that we use all these things, we use our body, we use our emotion, we use our physicality, our size, we use our history as we create art. So here, give yourself over to spirit and trust that these emotions and feelings will lead you to a greater creative expression. You should welcome emotion and let it move through you because it is taking you somewhere else. And it is what is beyond where you stand, feel, or are now that the new creative impulse lies. It's beyond. You have to keep going. If you let it freeze you, you'll never get to the next impulse, which is the deeper next step of creative expression. What this is saying is you don't stop doing art or being creative because you're angry. You use it. Use it on the canvas. Feel the anger, feel it come through you, feel it express in the stroke, the color. You hear that? Feel the anger and express it. If you're sad, feel it. I love to share this story that my father passed away several years back from Alzheimer's. And I went into my studio and I was so sad. And I painted this horribly dark black with ugly yellows painting. It was just really dark. It was like a decomposing sunflower. And I thought, nobody's going to buy this thing. It's so dark. And at my next art show, I stuck it in the corner. And the very first person that came to the show went right back to that corner, found that painting and they bought it. They wanted to buy it because when we express creatively as spiritual artists, we are sharing our experience of life and of being human with someone else. And so that's what she did. I connected to her on a level of sadness. So you give yourself over to those emotions, and you can use this systemic practice as you do that. All right. So as we wind this down, I'm going to share some things for you. And there's more on my website, YouTube. You can go look on my website. There's an actual video where I talk about some of the principles behind systemic painting and systemic drawing. So practice that. Keep practicing that. And then also what I would ask you to do is start recognizing aspects of your creative DNA. What do you gravitate towards? Some of you might be writers. You might want to have words in your artwork. And when you go back to that doodling that you did, you'll see that. Did you doodle words? If you did, words are very important to you as an artist. If you doodled curves, that's part of your creative DNA. Start recognizing them. I keep a list. For many years. I kept a piece of paper on the wall of my studio, and I wrote down every time I realized, oh, Chris likes bright colors. Chris likes bright colors. Chris likes happy. I don't like to show sadness usually. I like to lift people up with my artwork, but there's nothing wrong with making people express and feel their sadness come through them as well. So just recognize who you are as a creative artist, as a spiritual artist. And in case you don't know, I do produce a podcast where I interview artists about their process. I interview new thought leaders. And I share these ideas and principles on a personal level with someone. And so check that out. It's called the Spiritual Artist Podcast. So any questions that you'd like to send me? Anything about this process that you found interesting or engaging, or even angry? Anything that made you angry? Please post it in the chat and I'll respond to it. All right.
Hey, Chris, that was really special. Thank you.
It was different, that's for sure.
Well, you know what? Yeah, I do believe that there's always everything. I think synchronicities is going to pop up as an underlying theme for the weekend. And there were some things that actually had come up with Mary that, I hadn't realized until we were talking that, seemed to be coincidences, but definitely were synchronicities for sure, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and what I would share with people listening to this is everything you experience is you have to step out, right? You just step out, and you have to step out in faith and just go with it. And I did learn something about me is that I am very highly reactive to people around me. That my creativity is a co-creative thing with the world around me, and it is challenging to not be able to see a face or to have people feel comfortable just raising their hand. And it is a little different than when I do a live retreat where people. But there are some people here, and I really want to applaud them for joining in and posting things and writing their reaction, because that's part of the creative process, right?
Yeah, definitely. So I did want to share, because I would say when I think of art, it's really not a modality that we use. And it's interesting when you said the words, because some of the first exercises I used were words, but this was and I did it with my eyes closed, but that was with the different music. And when you said that, I was like, wow, like the music really did affect that very differently. Like this now isn't a Rorschach card. I see you studying it.
Well, it's funny. That's where it comes from, right? Isn't that funny? That's where
absolutely.
That whole process comes from. Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, that is actually, I didn't know that. Yeah. That's how Rorschach cards came about?
Yeah. Well, it's what we see. So what happens is
that actually makes sense.
Yeah. Because this is so important. This is a spiritual truth. We see the world that we're projecting, right? We receive what we believe. I think Mary was saying earlier, if I have an expectation of fear, if fear is in me, when I see a shape, I see fear in it. I'm attracted to see, and that's how that test works, is the weird shapes are on a subconscious level. And so we see, and that's why two people can look at the same painting and feel different things. you know?
Yeah, no, that makes total sense. So you were talking about the power of emotion, and I know
Mhm.
recently you had an art showing. And
Yeah.
if you could share a little bit about it, because I just was so taken at the intense creativity of it. You did an art project called an emotional roller coaster, and used modality isn't the right word, is it different? You used a lot of different techniques with it. Could
Right.
you just talk real briefly about that?
Okay, so yes, some people have commented. I just saw that
Oh,
the doodle took the shape of a bird, symbolic indefinitely, and birds are very highly symbolic for artists. And yes, spirituality is important, but for me, spirituality is touching lives by helping others. And so I agree with that. So let's talk about this upcoming show that you just asked me about. I did a show last year called The Emotional Roller Coaster. And what I did is I painted each painting specifically to a song, sort of like what we just practiced online. And I realized that this painting would unfurl. It told its own story. And some of the songs were very happy and some were very sad. And I wanted people to come and experience a roller coaster because, especially today, we are constantly experiencing an up and down roller coaster. You know, you get on, the media is screaming at us from left to right. It's the end of the world. There's so much fear right now. It takes my breath away, and I have to, go back to my sacred space, and I have to practice. I'll look at something late at night and I'll see this horrible, and sometimes it's coming from people that are spiritual, even spiritual leaders. There's fear being set out. So I want to tell you about my new show. I'm planning a show
okay.
called, yeah, it's the same concept. It's based on music, but it's called the Love Roller Coaster.
Oh, that is so cool.
And each song is a song about love. And so some of them are about self-love, some of them are about happy, ecstatic love, first love, breaking up love, like losing love, love of a loss, losing a parent. I mean, literally all these different songs. And I think how I feel with the world the way it is right now, all we can focus on is love. For me, all I can focus on is love. And so to me, to have people come in and experience different forms of love together and realize that that is what combines us and brings us together. I don't know what I can do about the environment. I can vote, I can do it, but that doesn't feel very empowering. But when I have a group of people share their emotions together and realize that we're all human and understand each other better, because we all feel those different parts of love in our life, right? We all have that first love, the loss of love. It's universal. So that show is in September and October in Dallas.
Oh, that's going to be incredibly beautiful. And I agree with you. We all have the ability to influence, but some of the ways may not seem like they're so powerful, and you express that so nicely. So one of the things that I loved about this presentation was it was very provocative. I found it very provocative in an introspective way. So it was a moment to really reflect and think and come out of the box. And I loved how it allowed us to have aha moments about ourselves personally using different forums that I would have never thought about. So thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. I think that's part of it, right? We have to reach out. We have
Yeah,
to step out and try something new.
absolutely. Any last thoughts for the participants?
I will say, I don't know if people realize this, that you had me on your podcast
Oh, yeah.
recently. And so I would recommend to the listeners to listen to that podcast. It was a wonderful interview. I loved chatting with you. And so I'd recommend to them that they go back and listen to that.
Yeah, it was a great conversation. I would agree. And we did cover a lot of different things. And I appreciate your perseverance with this. You definitely have been a trooper, and I look forward to more work with you. So, that being said, up next, we will have Sony Singh explaining and demystifying Oracle cards. And we did tape some little vignettes to put in for our breaks. So I'm going to say adieu to you, Chris. Thank you very
Right. Thank
much.
you.
And we're going to jump into that a little bit. Thank you.
Right. Take care.
Bye. Bye. everyone. I have two beautiful souls with me here today to talk about decoding spiritual terms. Tanya Kirstein from Feel Needed, Feel Connected Massage, and I have Haley Jane, a Reiki Master. Welcome, you guys.
Hi, thank
I want to thank you both for being part of the 2024 Wild Soul Gathering Spiritual Summit, Spirituality Explained. This is going to be a beautiful event. And we're doing something a little different with both of you. We're pre-recording this session, and we're going to be presenting it in snapshots with the information over the next 3 days. And I really appreciate both of you being open to being out of the box with this. So how this is going to work is I'm going to throw out some spiritual terms, and Tanya and Haley are going to share their insights on the terms and what they mean to them. So if you're ready, let's get started. Being in alignment.
A good one. I think there's several different ways you can look at it, and then it all just kind of mashes in together. So my first initial thoughts would always be like chakra alignments because of Reiki, and trying to make sure that those are in alignment. Then there's more than just, kind of energetic alignment. There's being in alignment mentally and emotionally. And I think when we are in those alignment, then things kind of flow to us better. They come to us better, more positive things. We almost become like a super magnet to attract all the good stuff.
Nice. I would agree with that for sure. Sacred feminine and masculine. We touched on this a little bit earlier, but I think it's important, especially with this shift that we're going through.
That's a very wide umbrella.
Go for it.
Again,
we're breaking this up over 3 days, so you have as much time as you want.
Okay.
And I do think it's very important, especially with what's going on right now.
A Hermetic's perspective. So we see gender as the seventh law in the Hermetic principles, which means that everything has masculine or feminine qualities. Gender is not to be confused with sex or physical gender expression in any kind of way. These are just things like on the feminine side, you have intuition, you have receiving, you have darkness, you have these qualities energetically that are inherently feminine or nurturing or not action-based. And then masculine would be action-based, forward momentum, sunlight, protection, outward expression, things of that nature. And everything in these polarities has both. And you can be leaning more to one side or the other side on them. But in the Hermetic principles and in alchemy, the grand mastery of alchemy is the hermaphrodite, or the mastering and perfect harmony of having both in alignment with your soul's higher purpose.
So I'm going to put you on the spot here a little bit. How would you say that's mirroring with what's happening on the earth plane right now in the world?
A full expression of the world being in its feminine power or masculine power. We've only ever seen a pendulum swing from one toxic side to the other, unfortunately. But I will say that one of the major blessings of this time is that, this is where we could turn it around. But we are very much on the tipped scale side of very dangerous territory when it comes to masculine and feminine, because feminine is almost overriding masculine in defense of itself from all of the oppression before. And then in these times of war and all of these, political things happening, we're seeing the expressions of toxic masculinity to the absolute extreme. So what we've really got to do as a society is is find that perfect harmony between the two of them instead of having the pendulum swung to one side or the other.
I think that you spoke that really well, and I think that we are so gifted, even though it may not always feel so good, to be here during this chaotic time. I personally feel that we are in the shift of exactly what you said. I agree with you 100%, of the shift of, and my next statement was being in harmony, and we'll get to that, but shifting the world into a place of respect, peace, lack of judgment, that kind of thing. I'm going to be promoting a park bench project that a fellow from Mastering Alchemy is doing, that as we're here in physicality, we have the ability to influence what this new consciousness is going to look like, and we have the ability to we are the creators of it. So we all here are actively doing that, and when more than one comes together, there's more energy that gets put to that. So that'll be something else that's also going to be talked about during the conference. But I just feel like this is a super big topic, and I think that you explained it very eloquently to help someone who may be hearing these terms and they're not exactly sure what they mean. So thank you for that. And I'll go into the next one, being in harmony.
In agreement to one another. And that is really the way of the world. I prefer the word harmony to the word balance, even, because balance implies that it's equal, and it isn't always. But harmony implies that even though things are moving, they're moving differently, perhaps even, they're in agreement to one another. So it's that delicate dance of life is where harmony tends to take me. And when you're in harmony, you're more in a flow state, or a state of alignment in some way or another. Like Tanya was talking about earlier, you can be in alignment in many different ways, and harmony is kind of all of those different ways delicately dancing, interwoven with one another, to me.
So sort of the alchemized outcome of shifting this current state of divine feminine masculine, being in harmony, living in a world of harmony, having a planet of harmony with all that exists. So we've used the term alchemy multiple times. Can you explain what is alchemy? It can sound very magical to someone.
This is the transmutation of matter. But as an overlay, it is kind of the path to enlightenment. Becoming the alchemist means like you are the ultimate wizard of your life. You've mastered yourself. And so in doing that, you kind of have the keys to all other things. Being able to transmute the lower vibrational frequencies to higher vibrations. From kind of a scientific standpoint, we've often seen alchemy as portrayed as turning base metals into gold, but that's a metaphor really for the spiritual gold, and finding that magic at the heart of everything, and knowing that you are the master and the creator of your universe.
So that being said, do you feel like we are alchemizing humanity, and that humanity is in the process of a early transmutation right now? That being said, transformation, evolving, those are two spiritual terms that are used frequently in conversation.
I hadn't really ever heard of it. And so I was kind of like poking around, Google and TikTok and, all the reliable sources, right? and I kept coming across the ascension process. So is that essentially what it is, or I don't know.
I think it is. So then how would we describe ascension?
So it's I always think about like Mario, and each time you like complete the level, you level up to the next one. And so you kind of start at like that base level of you're just kind of here. You're not really aware of anything, and then you just kind of move up. So the first thing that you become aware of is things around you, like nature and animals and things like that. And then the next step would be becoming aware of oneself. And you just kind of move up from there, and until you reach, I guess, enlightenment, or you're like Super Mario, right?
There you go. I didn't know you were a big gamer, Tanya. So now you said enlightenment. How would you describe enlightenment?
I feel like that is wow, total awareness of of everything, and understanding exactly kind of what our purpose is, what that others are, they have a purpose as well that is definitely different from our own. And then not only just having that awareness, but having also an understanding and being empathetic of it. And I think, yeah.
Okay. No, I think you did a great job with that. Thank you. Hello, Dr. Sandra Marie here. Take a moment to pause and enjoy these series of poems from the Doctor of Divinity, an award-winning author, Soni Singh.
Hi, Sony Singh here again to read a poem from my book Embrace. This one is called Divine Entourage. Divine Entourage is a term that I use a lot to refer to the angels, guides, spirits, bodhisattvas, devas, whatever you call those beings that are with us at all times. And here in this poem, I explore, in fact, what divine entourage means. Divine entourage, what does that mean? Do what feels right, quiet the mind and body, intent on hearing the internal flutters. Follow my inner guidance. When I breathe with ease, I proceed. When I don't, I seize. Be of service to others, a pillar of generosity. Doesn't require I give myself away. Simple acts of kindness and compassion include myself. I cannot truly love another until I feel wholeness within. To step into my power, I don't bend my will. I light my fire. It feels good, but it doesn't infringe on another. It gives us all wings. We all feel that light, wishing, recognizing it in each other, honoring we are connected, bringing us closer through this divine entourage.
Hi, beautiful souls. Dr. Sandra Marie here. I wanted to take this time to promote Jim Sells from Mastering Alchemy's Project Park Bench. We frequently discuss how there's so many different paths, so many different roads to get to consciousness, and Mastering Alchemy has been one of mine. I'm feeling really passionate about this project of world service. It is free, and it's our opportunity to be a creator in moving humanity forward. I've engaged in previous park bench projects with Mastering Alchemy. If you're not able to attend the live sessions, they're all recorded for your convenience, and the recordings are just as powerful. It's our opportunity to influence and make a difference. Enjoy this promotional video. See you on the other side. A physical park bench is optional.
The world is changing. It is transitioning. The game of domination and greed of the few, creating isolation, loneliness, fear, and lack for the many, is coming to an end. It appears to be getting worse, but it is coming to a completion. And simultaneously, a new light, a new realm of consciousness, a realm unlike that which is falling away, is now appearing. A new world built upon agreement, opportunity, oneness, respect, is now coming into form. Not as hope, but as a physical experience of possibility. This creation is about you, about each of us. This is why we came here. This is why you are here at this time. We as spiritual beings came to bring into physical consciousness a new architecture, one without fear, one that has been dreamt for many, many eons of time, a landscape that is built upon respect, appreciation, laughter, co-creation, and well-being. We're inviting you to join us to sit with thousands of others once again on the park bench, all in agreement, not as a hopeful meditation, but as an intentional, conscious co-creation. No longer as just a thought, but as a tangible experience that we all have always known is possible. So please, come create with us in this project, where two or more are gathered in service to humanity and the earth.
I watch the flames burn higher, and I lose my soul as it dances with the fire, and I become one with the beating of the drums, bare feet waiting on the rain to come. And I pray, oh mama, bring me rain. And I pray, oh mama, bring me rain. Well, I chase the butterflies flowers, and I sit and talk with the birds for hours, and I watch the trees dance as they're blowing in the breeze, patiently waiting on the wind to sing. And I pray, oh mama, sing pray, oh mama, sing to me. Lying in a bed of wildflowers with the rainfall washing over me. I hear the mountains singing my song, and when she calls me home, I feel free. So I pray, oh mama, bring me rain. And I pray, oh mama, sing to me.
Welcome back to the 2024 Wild Soul Gathering Summit, Explaining Spirituality. Sony Singh is going to be explaining and demystifying oracle cards. Excited to have you here.
Well, I am excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. But before we get started with our little conversation on the oracle cards, I do want to do a little introduction with you. That certainly seems in line. So you describe yourself as a cross-cultural seeker of deep knowing.
Mhm.
You hold multiple degrees and certifications, including being a Doctor of Divinity. You are an amazing award-winning author on multiple venues, I believe, a novelist and a poet. Wow. That being said, you're also doing the summit ending presentation on Saturday, Divine Messages and Grounded Spirituality, where I think we're going to dive a little bit deeper into your story. So
Okay.
today's time slide is actually a bit tight. So if you're okay with this, are you okay if we just jump right into the oracle cards?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Okay. So for someone who's new to oracle cards, how would you explain them to them?
So, oracle cards are often confused with tarot cards, and I think the best way to explain them is to differentiate between the two. Tarot cards have been around for quite a long time, several hundred years, and they're probably the most well known in the sense that people recognize a lot of the oracle cards. The death card is probably the most common and misunderstood of all the tarot cards. And there's 78 of tarot cards, and so they're very defined. They're well defined. There's 22 in a major arcana, and then 56 in the minor arcana, and so they're set. The tarot card, once you pick up a deck, you know exactly what you're dealing with. There are, however, other spiritual tools similar to tarot cards, and those are the oracle cards that can be flexible. And so those are really up to the person who's created the cards to define what they mean, how many cards will be in the deck, the range, sort of the theme behind them. And so our oracle cards, I would say, are a tool to help us in our grounded life to bring a practical element to spirituality. They help define guidance. They help us maybe come to a decision if we are debating on what to do or uncertain of what to do. And they also help us connect with our intuition, which I think is probably key in all of our spiritual practices.
Well, I thank you for differentiating that, because honestly, that is the first thing that I think of as a tarot deck. And I've always sort of wondered how they all fit in, because there is a multitude of different cards out there. And I will have to tell you, I pull the death card a lot. But for me, it's a good thing because I have a different
Yes.
understanding of it. I think the first time it happened, I was like, and then I realized, gosh, what a gift it is, because it's all death and rebirth. And that means a beautiful transformation is happening.
Absolutely. And, you know, the funny thing with the death card is that that's actually my life card. And so it's not that I'm continuously dying, obviously, but it's a continual transformation, being open to transformation and adaptation. And so it's actually really positive card. It's just that when we look at it, it looks like doom and gloom, but really it's about knowing and understanding that things have to end for something else to come out.
No, that
And
makes
being
sense.
okay
And I
with that.
mean, obviously, you're looking at the Grim Reaper with the sickle, so it's not a far stretch that you think that. How did Oracle cards enter your life? Like, how did you get into them?
I didn't intend to create or get into them. I have been fascinated by oracle cards since I was a child. And I remember from a very young age seeing somebody dealing tarot cards and just me being transfixed, like just staring at this woman being like, what is she doing? And so I bought my first deck of tarot cards when I was a teenager, not understanding what I was doing, why I was doing it. And in fact, being afraid of the deck that I had for many, many years. And it was in my 20s that I actually started exploring and playing around with tarot decks. And it eventually evolved into all sorts of tarot decks, all sorts of oracle cards. I mean, I have oracle cards of all sorts, animals, crystals, flowers, angels, you name it. And then morphed into creating my own deck, just from getting into a spiritual practice and realizing that that's something that was important to me.
Well, I have about 10 decks. I'm guessing you probably have me outnumbered. But
By a lot.
okay. And
I
that's
won't
always
name
the
them
thing,
because I
like,
don't want to
which
shock
which
people.
deck am I going to pull out today, right? So did you ever think that you'd be creating your own deck, and how did that come about?
I
I'm
did
really
not.
excited to hear about this deck.
I did not. You know, and that's what's really interesting is how it just came into my life. Because even though I am, you can say, obsessed with decks, all sorts of decks, I thought kind of in the back of my mind, oh, it'd be nice to have an oracle deck of my own. But didn't think I had it in me, because I think, you know, the thing with oracle decks and any kind of deck really is the messages that you put out are deep, meaningful. They allow people to connect. They allow people to resonate with them. And I just didn't think that I had that level of spirituality at that point,
Oh,
to be
no,
honest.
because it's a big responsibility, I think.
And about 2 years ago, was it 2 years ago? No, a year and a half ago, I was at a writer's retreat actually, and the messages just started coming. And once they started coming, I realized I think I'm coming up with messages that could be used in a deck. And I didn't know how many I wanted to have in the deck because, you know, with Oracle decks, there isn't a set number. And I thought I was going to end up with 44. Then I kept on writing and it was 55. And I ended up with 77, which for a deck is quite a lot. You know, a tarot deck is 78 and that's normal. But Oracle decks tend to be smaller in number. And so 77 for an Oracle deck is pretty big, but that's what felt right.
So you talked a little bit about the reasons people use oracle cards. They're looking for some kind of direction or answers. How would you explain to a beginner how to use the card? Like, what are some tips about formulating that question?
Well, sometimes it's best to, especially when you're just starting, is to not have a set question because people get stuck in trying to come up with a question, like what is the right question? And that takes away from the experience. If you're using it for the first time, the best thing to do is to make it your own. And what I mean by that is, you know, hold the deck in your hands, shuffle it, infuse your energy in it so that the deck starts responding to you. And it can be just sort of a very simple, what's my message? And you just pull a card and start with the one card. I mean, the other thing that people often get confused with is, you know, you see it everywhere, spreads, you know, when a reader is pulling 3, 5, 7, 12, 11, even all the cards in a deck, you get stuck into the position of each card and the meaning of the card. And so if you're just starting, instead of trying to get yourself really into a spread, just pull the one card. And then one card is just your message for the day, or the message for the moment, or what do you need to hear at that time. And start with something simple. And as you get more comfortable with it, and especially as you get familiar with the deck, because one of the things that personally I like to do is to, when I've bought a brand new deck, is to pull one card until I've gone throughout the entire deck. And so every day I'll shuffle it and pull one card. And that way, you know, after however many days, let's say with my deck, 77 days, I've gotten to know the entire deck. And then after that, start really shuffling and starting pulling multiple cards. And that way you can start putting stories together. So it allows you to become familiar with the deck.
So I have a couple questions with that being said. The one is, so basically just to reiterate what you said, there truly is an energetic exchange then with that deck. So you're getting to energetically know that deck and that deck is energetically getting to know you. Because I guess I've heard people say like, don't touch their cards, or they have to cleanse their cards because you touch their cards, or, you know, I don't necessarily know that that's extreme, or maybe there is a time and place for that. I mean, I really don't understand it enough to know that. I just watch other people and sort of what they do with it, and then I know what I do with it. But I think that that's a really important concept to put out there, is that it's a living energy and there's an energetic exchange that's going on with it.
Yeah. And so the thing is, and it's a good thing that you brought that up, because before using the deck, it's good to cleanse it and make it your own. So not only holding it, but just setting an intention to say, you know, I welcome any messages that you have for me that you think I need to know, kind of thing. And then making sure that it doesn't get touched by other people, because then that other person's energy gets influenced into your deck. So for instance, for me, I have decks that I use for readings for other people, and decks that I use exclusively for myself, and I don't mix the two. If I did have to mix the two, it is a very simple kind of recentering so that your energy is in the cards, and touching them and especially shuffling them infuses the energy. So if I were to do a reading for somebody else, I actually ask the other person who I'm doing the reading for to shuffle the deck so that their energy gets infused into all of the cards. And that is actually quite important, because that's the way how you make a connection.
That makes sense. I know that I've saged decks to clear them, but I'm guessing you can use any kind of clearing
You can.
mechanisms that you have. So you said that you would pull a card from a new deck every day.
Mhm.
What if you're shuffling them and pulling a card, what if you keep pulling the same card? Because that happens to me
That's usually a
sometimes.
message that you really need to hear.
Yeah.
And
For those
sometimes you
of us
think
who
like,
don't
oh
like to
no, but
listen well.
and sometimes you think like, no, I cannot be getting the same message again. And the reality is, yeah, you can, because perhaps you haven't integrated it in the way that you're meant to integrate it, or you've heard it. And so this is one of the things that I like to talk about with any spiritual practice, is that it's not just about receiving the message and integrating and saying, okay, well, I've seen, for instance, the death card, and realize that for me, that means transformation. The other important component is action. So now that you realize that, for instance, there's change coming, what is it that you're going to do? And it can be something as simple as being open to change, not resisting the change. It doesn't have to be a big action, but that is part of the component that sometimes people don't necessarily take on board, and thus the card keeps coming back until you actually take the action.
Okay, that's important then. I like the way that you explain that. So it might take you a little longer to get through a deck if you're not getting the message the first time.
Absolutely. Although what I do, when I'm trying to get to know the deck, is I'll set aside the cards that I've already pulled so that I purposely
okay.
don't pull the same ones. And then once I start using the deck in earnest, once I've gotten used to it, then I don't do that. Then I continuously
Okay.
just shuffle the whole deck. And if I do get the same card over and over, then I know that it's a message that's intended for me.
Okay, that makes a little bit more sense than with the efficiency of that interaction and sort of that introductory period
Mhm.
between you and the deck. My other question is, the shuffling of the deck, either if you're shuffling or if you have the person you're doing the reading for shuffling. Sometimes people will describe a card jumping out or more than one card jumping out. Can you talk a little bit about what that means?
Yeah. So jumping cards are cards that you really need to pay attention to, that are not part of the reading.
It's a separate thing?
I treat it as a separate thing. So if
Okay.
I see cards that jump, I realize, okay, universe is telling me I need to pay attention to this message. And so I'll keep them with me as I do the reading and refer back to them and see if they connect in any way. Sometimes they're separate messages that the universe just wants you to know this particular thing. And other times they are related to the reading, and the reading always has a question. So that's the thing with decks, is that you always have to start your interaction with a deck with a question in mind.
Okay.
Even if you have a general reading, as I said, it could just be, what is my message? But there has to always be a question. And so the jumping cards can be something that you just need to pay attention to, that you haven't thought to ask, or that are related to the question, but they want you to pay special attention to them, and you actually wouldn't know until you've done the reading.
Okay, that's interesting. And maybe if you could describe for someone who's newer to this what a jumping card is. They're probably like,
So-
what, a jumping card?
Yeah, it just flips out. No, it's sort of like when you're shuffling cards and something just falls out without you intending for it to fall out. So then you know that that's the one that you need to pay attention to. So that's a jumping card.
Okay.
Or you can be shuffling it in any other way and it just happens to fall out of the deck. So that's a jumping card.
So asking that question, it's critical. You said intention and you're going to ask the question. Should you avoid yes or no questions if you're looking for something general? Keep it general, but if you're looking for something specific, would you reframe the question?
I always advise people to ask for open-ended questions. If there's a yes or no question, there are certain spreads that can help you make decisions. The decks hardly ever give you a clear yes or no. That's up to you to decide. But they can help give you guidance as to what would happen if I choose yes, what would happen if I choose no. or what would happen if I go in this direction versus what would happen if I go in the other direction. And so you can either do two separate spreads, or there are spreads that will lead you to receive that guidance. But I always recommend doing open-ended questions.
So a lot of decks have books that come with them, and people will read the message in the book, which, I mean, it feels a little dicey to me. It seems like it could relate. So what role does intuition play into doing a reading for yourself or others? And the other thing is, one of the things about Oracle decks for me is they're very graphic and they're very artistic, and there's a lot in that picture, even with the colors.
Mm-hmm.
What role does the picture play in that? Like, what grabs your attention? And then how do you leverage your intuition with it?
So intuition is key. Intuition is key to any reading. Sometimes the guidebooks are a great tool to familiarize yourself with the deck. So for instance, when I'm initially getting to know the deck, I will look at the card and see what message comes up to me without ever looking at the guidebook.
Okay.
And then I'll check the guidebook to see if it corresponds or it doesn't. And sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I think the important thing with that is that people get discouraged if they see something in the card, but then they read the guidebook and they think like, oh, it wasn't really what I was thinking it was going to tell me. Ultimately, what you need to go with is your intuition, because that's what matters most. Regardless of what the guidebook says, what you need to go with is the message that you think the card is giving you. And so I think guidebooks are nice to help you. I like to read them to see the intention of the artist, the writer, whoever designed the cards. But I will get to a point where I don't refer to them at all. And then when you're using your intuition, the things that you get drawn to are the things that matter. So it's not that color always has to matter, but maybe the color for that card for that day does bring a particular significance to you. Maybe it's something that, for instance, purple tends to be a color of wisdom. Maybe the card that you pulled has purple and you realize, oh, wait, there has to be something related to wisdom in it for me. And if that makes sense, that's great. But it doesn't have to be that way. You don't have to always scramble and try to figure out, there's so many colors in here. I wonder what all of these mean. So it is 100% driven by your intuition.
Okay. So it really would be, for me, just what caught my attention the first time versus I'm studying the card and trying to figure it out and what it is. It's just because when you use a deck multiple times, I mean, I could use a deck for a year or two and pull a card one day and say, oh gosh, I never noticed this on that card before.
Exactly.
Well, then that's clearly, there's a reason it grabbed my attention. So I pay attention to that.
And a lot of decks have a lot of significance to the drawings, and that's 100% correct what you said, that there's a lot of intention behind the drawings. And again, just because the artist and the creator put intention behind it, it doesn't mean that you as the reader, you as the receiver, need to have that same intention. And even your interpretation of the same thing could be completely different. But ultimately, what matters is what your guidance is telling you.
Okay, so intuition is key in it. And could it be a nice tool for people who are looking to hone and grow their intuition? I don't know, grow it. Your intuition's the right word, be more aware of it.
Yeah.
And almost as I'm listening to you, I'm thinking, wow, this might be a good tool for intuition growth.
Well, to be honest, that's the intention that I have with my deck. It's called Daily Divine, and it's reflections to help you connect with your intuition. And so in each card, there's a message, but there's also a reflection. And the purpose of that reflection is to help you integrate, to receive the message, but really sit with it and say, what does this mean for my life? So, a message could be something like, be strong, but then be strong about what? How does this correspond to what I'm going through, what I'm facing, the relationships that I have, my job, whatever aspect it may be. And so I have found that the cards have been a great tool for me to develop my intuition. And sometimes it's something as, let's use the word simple, as you might be thinking about something your intuition guides you in a particular direction, and then the cards confirm it. And so when I started sort of building my practice to hone in on my intuition, the cards were key to help kind of reinforce, to say, oh, okay, I'm in the right direction. Yes, this is my intuition. And, you know, at the beginning, especially when you're starting to awaken, people struggle between differentiating your intuition versus any other voice, your personality or your ego or whatever else. And the cards are a great tool to help you get that clarity.
Okay, so this would be great. This would be a great experience or a tool for beginners for
Mhm.
sure then, in many ways. Would you suggest like journaling on things like that so that you could look back or follow it, or like, you know, you would any other course of study, so to speak?
Absolutely, because the good thing about journaling and keeping records at the beginning is that whenever you pull a card and you get a message, you're uncertain, especially if you're just beginning. You don't know,
Right.
is this the right way? Is this really, you know, leading me to on the right path?
Yeah.
And if you go back and reflect, it gives you that clarity to know, yes, it is, or no, it wasn't.
Well, yeah, because that self-talk, you know, it's a real thing.
Yeah,
And, you know, we have a lot of doubt about things that we're doing with that. So did you do the artwork for your deck, or
I
is
did
it a
not.
okay, so it was a collaborative?
Mhm.
Tell me more about that.
Yeah, so I worked with an artist in Australia called Jess Fowler.
Okay.
And I found her through a mutual friend of ours who knew that I was working on this deck and I was looking for an artist. And I wanted the images to be very nature driven.
Okay.
And so there's a lot of animals or natural elements into the drawings. Some of them have actually household components, but they still have animals. So, like, say, for instance, there's a penguin, and that's
Okay.
put on your oxygen mask first. But then, you know, there's reach out, which are two hands, but there's also like foliage. And so it was important to me to get somebody who was comfortable and used to these kinds of elements. And she recommended Jess Fowler. What was beautiful about the collaboration was that I had sent Jess all of the messages for each of the cards with ideas of what I thought should be in each card. But I
Mhm.
also gave her the creative freedom to say, you know, if you look at it and you think, I don't agree, or I want to go in a different direction, that's perfectly okay. And so in some of them, she used my suggestions, and others, she came up with her own idea. And what would happen is that she'd send me a sketch to say, you know, this is what I'm thinking about. And I'd look up the spiritual significance to see if it actually matched the message that I wanted to do, or that I wanted to portray in the card. And it always did. And it was the
Oh, it's
most,
funny how spirit works out like that. Coincidence? Not.
well,
I love it. So I'm going to ask you, can you pull a card for me? Now,
absolutely.
actually, before that, are these cards available, or they're still
Or not. So the card, I have the deck here.
okay?
So you can see it's like a very colorful deck.
Oh, yeah, they're
Uh, this is my mock. I've just received the package this morning, so it
was meant to
should be out in
be.
the next. It should be out in the next few weeks, so it'll be soon.
Okay.
It'll be in the summer, but it's not out yet. So what is the question that you have?
Oh, what's the question? I forgot. Like the most important part. Um, a reflection of what I need to know for my highest good right now.
So I'm shuffling the cards at the moment. You tell me when you want me to stop.
Now I can feel it. I like have this weird tingly. It's interesting.
Well, this is going to be really interesting for another reason, because you and I had a podcast a few years back and we talked about fear. And
Oh
look
yeah.
at the card that came up.
Oh my God,
Feel
that
the
was the
fear.
name of the podcast. Feel the fear. Oh my God, that was the title of the podcast. Sony, I can't
Yes,
even believe that after I just was making fun of synchronicities.
yes. And so the message that it
You
has
can't
is
make
doing
this stuff up.
something new is scary, but it's part of growing and expanding. Feel the fear, all the parts of it. The cringy, scary, and uncomfortable bits. Immerse yourself in it, then do it anyway. And the question for you to ponder on is, what happens if you felt the fear and still take action?
Okay. That's
So
pretty
there's a
powerful.
message and then the reflection in the bottom. And so that's why these cards are meant to be a good tool for intuition, because it has a card right, I mean, the question right on the bottom for you to think of.
Wow, that's amazing. Just because of that first podcast, and literally those are the exact words. And, I have some other things happening in my life right now. And we talked a little bit while you were waiting in the, air quote, green room about, some directions that Spirit has me going in that are like, oh, okay,
Well, there you go. That's your
okay.
answer.
I love it. Thank you. You'll have to send me a picture of that so I
I
can
will.
spend
Absolutely.
some energetic time with it. And again, like, you can't make this stuff up. That's all I'm going to say. So
No.
we are really tight with this particular presentation. So I do want to thank you for all your wisdom, your insight with the oracle cards. I mean, what a gift that you're putting out there, and clearly just pulling that card and knowing my realities and truths in that question and our history. That's pretty significant. And
Yes.
I'm sure you could talk a lot longer on this. Again, Sony, you're going to be presenting on day 3, Saturday at 4:00. You are going to close this out
I'm
before you.
excited and honored.
I'm excited too. Before you step off, any other messages that you would like to leave for the folks out there? Oh, and how can someone access your cards when they're ready to go? Look at me, 5 questions in 1 sentence.
Well, the best way to access the cards is to follow me on social media or on my website, which is sonysingh.com. And my social media handle is at sonysingauthor. That's where I'll post information of when the cards are available. And the lasting message is trust in your soul. That's what I always say to people, is, your soul's your connection to yourself, your connection to spirit, to the universe, and it's how you learn to trust your intuition.
I love it. Thank you. Looking forward to our next conversation Saturday, where we can spend more time and go a little more in depth.
Yes, absolutely.
You have a good day.
You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, everyone. Dr. Sandra Marie here. We are having just a touch of technical difficulty here with Nikki Ackerman, who will be presenting on Reiki. I am going to put on one of our decoding spiritual terms pre-recorded videos, and then we will jump on with Nikki. Thank you for your patience with us. I hope everyone is enjoying the summit. Hello, everyone. I have two beautiful souls with me here today to talk about decoding spiritual terms. Tanya Kirstein from Feel Needed, Feel Connected Massage, and I have Haley Jane, a Reiki Master. Welcome, you guys.
Hi, thank you.
I want to thank you both for being part of the 2024 Wild Soul Gathering Spiritual Summit, Spirituality Explained. This is going to be a beautiful event. And we're doing something a little different with both of you. We're pre-recording this session, and we're going to be presenting it in snapshots with the information over the next 3 days. And I really appreciate both of you being open to being out of the box with this.
I love it.
How this is going to work is I'm going to throw out some spiritual terms, and Tanya and Haley are going to share their insights on the terms and what they mean to them. If you're ready, let's get started. Soul Path. Who wants to go on Soul Path?
So soul path to me is like where so it's like where you kind of choose or recognize what your soul purpose is, and then you kind of learn lessons along the way, and kind of go down this path. And this path is something that you've kind of already chosen, maybe with your soul family.
Nice. So, and just to throw out there, like, I'm going to throw out these terms and they are randomly disconnected, I think. But we all three of us know nothing's random. Crystalline energy.
I would say crystalline energy is kind of the makeup of all things in this world in a way. Like a human being itself is a crystalline grid. So it's full of crystalline energy and different energetic frequencies that are all, tangled together to make up the reality that we are perceiving and living in on a regular basis.
Beautiful. Light worker.
So I view light workers as they bring light to darkness. So they bring like joy to sadness, that kind of thing. And light workers are the people that you really want to spend time with, that you feel so good when you're around them. And they are here to change our planet.
I like that. And without the dark, the light can't illuminate it. We are moving out of that duality. So, holding space
is kind of a combination of things. So there's a big intimacy piece with it. And when I say intimacy, I always like to say into me see. So you are completely holding space for someone by seeing into them, feeling into them, understanding them, sitting with them from a place of completely unconditional, unbiased, unjudgmental love in that moment. And you're holding space for them to be who they need to be in that moment and express themselves in the way that they need to. And you're just kind of there to give them your energy without judgment in any kind of way. That unconditional presence with someone.
Oh, well said. So do you have to be present to hold space with someone, or can you do it from anywhere?
It can be more from an energetic level, but it's just providing a container. And I would say that that can be done either in person or not in person.
Yeah, I would agree. And then just one more question on the holding space, because I think that you explained that very eloquently. Can you hold space for a situation as well as a person? So it's really a pretty powerful tool, holding space. Spiritual awakening.
It's fun. Would be like what I wrote in my notes here. So for me, it's basically just having those big realizations that make you want to change everything about your life. It can come like in any kind of way, shape, or form, but it's almost like understanding that the way you were taught to see things or the way that you have just perceived things to be is different, completely different.
Nice. Synchronicity.
I would say that the synchronicity is when the more you are in alignment, the more things come to you to bring you into alignment. And it can be a myriad of things. But it's just something that points to you being on the highest path for yourself, or you being in alignment with your growth. And sometimes synchronicities can even lead you into negative situations for expansion's sake. So that's not always to say that synchronicities have to be outright positive, but in one way or another, they are little signs or gifts from your guides, whatever you want to call it, just things that are, giving you answers or lighting your path for things to take.
Wow, that's well said. And I love that you brought up that something may not feel so touchy-feely, but is also a positive. Coincidence and synchronicity. I feel like synchronicity gets very misunderstood with people perceiving things as a coincidence. But the coincidence is synchronicity without the awareness. I would say maybe coincidence is like an unconscious synchronicity. Sometimes I shock myself with what I say. This was not on my list, but just listening to you give your explanation of that, a term that I'm hearing used a lot now is mirror.
Mirror?
Can you talk about mirror? Yeah, when something's a mirror to you. Like someone will say, well, that was a mirror to you.
Kind of like a mirror. So it works in the sense that it is reflecting back to you at all times what you are a vibrational match to, consciously or un.
Yeah. Nice. Spirituality.
Spirituality for me is, well, kind of like that journey that you take on your soul path to learn those lessons. And spirituality is just a way of life.
My spirit guides.
Sure, I can. Absolutely. So spirit guides are like any type of being that has they're here to help you. They're here to cheer you on. They want absolutely nothing but the best for you. And I believe that, that we kind of picked them and chose them, before we came here to Earth to live this life, so that they can help us, and they can be any type of being whatsoever. And I believe that you have kind of a family of spirit guides, so to say, and each one is like an expert in a certain field or whatever. So you have like a spirit guide for love, you have a spirit guide for career, you have a spirit guide for, just about everything.
Nice. Multidimensional.
Dimensional realities. That means that it is separated into different fixed vibrational frequencies. So here we have the 3D. So that's where you have that law of mirroring, and you have the Hermetic principles. And this specific dimension is guided by those principles. And when you are here, you agree to adhere to those principles. There are multiple dimensions where some of those wax and wane, and some of those laws interchange, and some of those laws don't exist in higher dimensions. But all in all, I would say that we are multi-dimensional beings at our core. And then you just put your soul, or your oversoul, your light body, so to say, in whatever dimension you are needing for expansion's sake.
Thank you for that. Do you feel that we can be living or existing on different dimensions all at the same time?
All the time.
Nikki, how are you?
I am great. How are you?
It is so good to have you up here. Let me just, get rid of, there we go. I feel like I'm just turning all different kinds of buttons on. So I appreciate your patience with all of this. So we have Nikki Ackerman here. Nikki is a Reiki master, a holistic therapist, and a holistic coach. She is a licensed independent social worker. And Nikki is going to be presenting on understanding Reiki, demystifying Reiki a little bit. So welcome to the Spirituality Explained Summit.
Thank you. Wonderful to be here. I'm excited.
Yeah, me too. Reiki's a big topic, and it's really taking on a life of its own out there. You're the owner of Reiki Pagoda, and honestly, you have truly immersed yourself as a practitioner and a teacher with Reiki for many years. I mean, at this point, I almost want to say decades, because it feels like it's been that long. I know that this is truly a passion for you, and that you're on a path where you're sort of up in the game. Things are ramping up for you. So thank you for being here.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So can you talk a little bit about how you got on this Reiki journey?
Oh, wow. So I heard about it when I was really, really young. When I was a child, I was really drawn to yoga, even though I never practiced. And then when I was kind of just looking into yoga and trying to learn what that was about as a child, I heard of Reiki, but never really followed it, or it just kind of appeared and then it kind of dissipated, if you will. I was a child, so I was doing other things too. You know, I had my moments of like looking into this, looking into that, and then I'd go play. But as I would move forward, excuse me, in life, there was a time in my 20s when I was diagnosed with fibromyalgia, and I was seeing actually our teacher, our Reiki teacher for massage, who was helping me reduce pain through massage, while I was also seeing a holistic doctor being treated with holistic remedies, is what I will say. It was more like Chinese medicine than it was Western medicine. So I was seeing him, I was seeing our teacher, Rowan, and during that time period, she was learning Reiki, and she asked if she could practice on me while I was going for massage. I'm like, sure. So at the point, she was going through the process of learning, and she was practicing on people. And then she shared with me when she became a Reiki master that I could learn this for myself, and then I could help reduce that pain in between seeing her and seeing my doctor. And I thought, wow, that's magnificent. So it's kind of funny because it took me about a year after she offered that to me to join a class. And so that's kind of my jumping point into the practice of Reiki. So I find it quite amusing that that I have this huge holistic practice now, seeing that was not my intention. at all. Like I was very, very, what's the word? I don't want to say intimidated, but I always kept to myself. I was a very private person. I did not like to be in the spotlight. A lot of things were different about me back then, is what I will say. I have grown in my own self-confidence since that point. However, it was really interesting to going through the process of just learning and just going through the first 1 or 2 classes and just seeing how the practice of itself had helped me. And not only did the thing that also amazed me with the whole practice is, while I went in with the intention is just be nice to reduce some pain, at that time, I had a lot of anxiety that I was experiencing. I don't want to claim it. There was a lot of anxiety going on in my life at that time. And I was experiencing some depression as well, because I felt limited in what I could do physically, and it was impacting my life. So when I would practice Reiki on myself, what I had found is that not only did it reduce the pain, but my anxiety levels would come down. My mood would come back up. I was able to be a little bit more compassionate with myself. I was allowed to allow myself to give the space for the grace of healing and allowing myself that time that I needed to be able to heal, so I could get back to the things that I felt were necessary to function in life. So to me, it was just amazing. And so then that kind of grew in me, like, well, if this can work for me, how can I help others? And what is this thing for energy? And I share this when I teach. I think it is so hilarious because people have different sensitivities, right? Currently, I can feel energy, and it can be like a very intuitive tool for me as well. However, when I first learned, I could not feel. I did not feel energy. I did not detect energy until the advanced Reiki class. And I think it was actually with you, if I recall back. However, so it's really fascinating that, you know, that there is this energy field, and to be able to practice and just to be like, oh, wow, if I'm experiencing this by shifting energy, how else can it help others? So then I kind of wanted to explore more and do more. So I just continued to learn. I'm also, a person that loves to learn and grow. And so I continued until becoming a Reiki master. So at that point, I would practice on myself. I did a lot of distance Reiki because, again, I was kind of fearful to ask people to let me practice on them because I didn't know how to explain it. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know what the thing was, but it was really calming and exciting to practice, and knowing that it's so helpful, but don't know how to explain how it's helpful. So I did a lot of distance Reiki with situations, help with my own trauma history in the past, just different aspects. And then I would volunteer at a local Reiki clinic over at Ursuline College. I did that for quite some time. So I had obtained a lot of practice hours, and that was fascinating to me to learn. Not only did I start feeling energy by that point, but also hearing the results people were having from that would come in, where there was a lot of regulars that would come into the Reiki clinic. And so just hearing their experience, or even my experience growing, working with the different people that would come in. So it was Ursuline College. So we had not just lay people that would come into the practice or to that clinic setting, but we also had like nuns come in. And if I recall correctly, maybe even one priest. So just having that experience of working with their energy fields, or noticing, being like holding space and being there present with them, had a different feel, if you will, to me. And so it was just kind of wild. So at that point, I was like, this is what I want to do. Backing up a little bit, I had just received my master's in social work. And I had taken a break from it because I was burnt out. I was doing, working a lot of hours, probably about 80 hours a week, doing school-based social work. So I kind of put that aside and just really focused on the practice of Reiki, taking a sabbatical from social work and just working with the energy, with the Reiki clinic, spending a lot of hours there. And I was like, wow, this is really preventative. And it's also restorative. And it's like, wow, I got into social work because one, I love people. And two, I just desire people to be able to live in their fullness in whatever capacity that is. And I'm like, well, this is what Reiki can do as well too, but in a different way, in a different form. And so at that point, I was like, I want to explore more of this. I want to use this as like a therapeutic process, if you will. So at that point, I started seeing people on my own. I received referrals from the Reiki clinic of people who couldn't make it into the Reiki clinic. I was doing a lot of the holistic fairs and what have you, and then and seeing people in their homes. And then at some point, I was like, well, I want to find a place where I could actually practice, so I don't have to go into people's homes, because that can be unnerving for people, and just for safety purposes, right? So I was looking and looking and looking. There's a couple places that had opened up that I was going to go, but they didn't fall through, which were where I was living at the time. But then synchronicity had it moved me out to across town, because I also got a job doing social work as well at that point. So I found a space, a public space, just a small office that I shared with a person who practiced craniosacral, shared a room with a massage therapist for a short period of time while she was there, and started growing my practice from there. And it just kind of took off, and that was an evolution itself. So that was like, wow, I have a public space, to practice in. I have an office. This is kind of cool. This is really new to me, but this is all like really cool. And then the fun part about it, when we had another massage therapist came in to share space with me, our practices grew. And it got to the point we were sharing a room. So when I had the room like 3 days a week, she would have the room 3 days a week. And it got to the point where we were kind of like asking to use each other's time because our practices grew. So we decided, let's just move out of here and get our own space. And that's when I ended up starting my own lease for the first time and moving into Rocky River. And I had been there. I was in Rocky River before for about a year and a half, and I moved into my own space with this massage therapist and was there for, I want to say 10 years. And just recently, I had moved into my new space, new office in December 1st. And so that space is just amazing. So the one thing about the space in Rocky River was like one room that I would teach in, one room that I would do sessions in, one room I would hold meditation in. So I would have to like rearrange and break down the table or what have you. So it was kind of some work that went into it. However, now with this new space, I actually have a room for meditation. I have a room where I can teach in. I have 2 treatment rooms. So a room I get to practice in with people. And I also host and support other entrepreneurs that are trying to grow their practices in the holistic field as well too. That's my passion as well. So it's not only the direct practice, as much as I love it, to work with individuals, but there is this whole diverse community out there who are so gifted and so genuine, so authentic, and so want to just be there for others. And they have their gifts and abilities that they can bring to other people too. And they just need a space to practice so they can really embrace that, a safe space, a space that's conducive to healing. So I actually do this room rental process for a handful of women right now that are coming into the space. So it's just been like this fascinating journey. And it all just started with, I just don't want to feel pain.
Isn't it interesting how how spirit moves us along the path, right? He gives us what we can accept. First of all, he gets us on the path, which I think most of us all have a story to tell on how we got on the path, and then just sort of nudging us along as we're ready for that. So that being said, going back to your very beginnings, would you be willing to like give a little demonstration of what a self Reiki session might look like and sort of talk through it and how that energy works. What's interesting to me is people, well, you know what, that's an assumption, so that wouldn't be true. People go into it for different reasons. Like some of us, like for me, it was just, a message from spirit that I was supposed to do it. I didn't know why, but, just succumb to the message. And then a lot of people go into Reiki to be practitioners, or some take the Reiki, but they're not sure what to do it with. I know we laughed early on when we were learning that there was a lot of animals out there that were really getting some good energy work going on because they were sort of a safe venue for new students who, weren't really sure what to do with it. So one of the messages I would like to get out with Reiki, because it is just an amazing energy, it's an amazing form of energy work, that quantum healing, is that you can learn Reiki and just use it for yourself. Like you don't need to start a practice, or you don't need to be doing a lot of other stuff with it. It could just be as simple as, I've learned this and I want to use it with myself. Because I've had a lot of students say, I've learned it, I've been attuned, but I don't know what to do with it, or I'm not sure that I'm doing it right. So I'll let you run with that. And if you can just do maybe a few techniques to what I call demystifying it, because I think there's a lot of people who are curious, but there's a part of them that are not sure, and it concerns them, or depending what their programming was growing up, it might make them uncomfortable. I know, having grown up Catholic, when I first started getting into some of the different Reiki work, some of it made me feel really uncomfortable. And then I was really confused that all these nuns were like really hot and heavy into this Reiki and were sort of leaders in the community with it. So, and yeah, when you said that you had a priest come to your Reiki session, I thought, wow, that had to be for me, that would have felt conflicting and intimidating and beautiful altogether. So I know that you do a good job with demystifying that, and it's time for this all to be normalized and acceptable.
Yeah. I think it all goes back to what you understand what Reiki is. Let me start there. For people who don't know what Reiki is and are kind of looking and seeking, try to understand it, there's so much out there, but where are you getting your information? First of all, what's the bias, and how experienced and trained are they? We also have to remember that we all have limitations, no matter how masterful the master is. That's what I will say. The other thing that comes to me too is a practitioner will always be a practitioner. It does not matter what level you are. So even a Reiki master, once you become a Reiki master, that does not mean your practice stops. It doesn't mean, I achieved something, there's an endpoint, I no longer have to practice, blah, 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 blah. It depends on what your intention is with the practice and what you want out of it and what your intention was to go into it. And it may even shift and change as you practice. So what I will say is, once I became a Reiki master, I find it, at least I'm actually drawn to not only practice, but it opens the doors to so much in terms of spiritual practice. So when we look at Reiki, there's two ways we can look at it. One, we can see it as a holistic modality. We know it does these powerful things. We know it has this potentiality of healing. But we also, when we start understanding the word Reiki and understanding what that means, all it is a Japanese word for saying love and compassion that is bigger than what we could even fathom. Such a love that is always nurturing, that it's oneness. So there is no duality. There is no good and bad, good and evil, or whatever, these ideas, these perspectives. There is none of that. It's one. It's one, and this one is love. Nothing is greater than love. So if we hold that in space, and then this love that is all powerful in a loving way, that can move mountains, so to speak, you know, has the capability of shifting and changing things in a loving, nurturing way, and always in a way that brings out the best for us. We may not recognize it, it may not look that way, but it will lead us, it allows us to release what is no longer useful, and to allow that those gifts within us to take place, I guess, is one way of kind of breaking it down. So you have this, Reiki is basically one love, a love that's loving and nurturing, beneficial, generous, that is a wisdom beyond what we can imagine, that is so powerful that it heals. It not only heals, but it transforms. So that is what we're engaging in. What we learn, and this was kind of coming up in a session I had yesterday for myself in a group I'm with, is it all starts with meditation. There's almost this fear of meditation, like, oh, I can't meditate, I can't sit, I can't quiet the mind, blah, 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 all this stuff comes up, right? When we can really just take a moment, even if it's 1 minute, 2 minutes, and just really tap in and just feel, allow ourselves to move away from anything that might be happening in our lives, that might be feeling like a limitation, that might be feeling like a situation we don't want to experience. If we can kind of shift ourselves away from that, not necessarily escaping, but just allowing to put it aside, to surrender to something that is just compassion, like, oh, yes, of course we're feeling that. Of course we're feeling that. And I'm here and I'm with you and I'm just holding you and loving you and meeting where you are. And then feel that love, feel that compassion, hold that space, get into a meditative space, and then go into just gratitude and thinking how grateful I am just to be having this moment and this breath and just to be in this present moment. And so that's how I start off with all my practice, whether it's Reiki or anything, just so holding that gratitude in my heart. And so once we get into that space, we get aligned into that space with the gratitude, then there is a process, that Japanese word, Reijiho. So we're holding that gratitude. And then we're kind of just take the time to align with all that is, aligning with that greatness, that all loving presence that is the same as Reiki. It's that loving spiritual kindness that is so powerful, knowing that we are one with it. We cannot be separate from it because we're all interconnected. We are one with this presence. And so just aligning with it and feeling that and allowing ourselves to kind of just open up and bringing that into our heart space. And that energy that comes in through our heart space, just allowing us to feel that and just taking in that nurturing and that compassion and that love. And then we can set an intention for whatever we want to do our session with. Maybe it's just to experience peace. Maybe it's to present ourselves, to allow ourselves to be the best that we can. Or maybe it's simply acknowledge me, or I'm going to move through a situation. Or it can be as general. It doesn't have to be specific. So that's the other thing I want to kind of clarify. That I receive the highest of what is needed at this time. And so just knowing and affirming that this is what is happening in this moment. This now moment is the best and the highest is happening for me right now. Physically, mentally, emotionally, however, spiritually. And a lot of times I'll just start at the heart center. If we're looking at a seven chakra system, it's the middle of the heart. It's the middle of the system is the heart chakra. The heart chakra is all about love, all about unconditional love, love for self and others, humanity. So a lot of times I'll go into there. And then if you want to go into a full self practice that you can do in a couple different ways. There's a systematic approach where you can literally start at the top of the head, work through the different areas of the body, just taking your time and just breathing and just noticing. And you'll know when to move. You'll feel like, okay, I just feel like I need to go here now. You could do a completely intuitive approach. There could be, this I do most often, quite honestly. I rarely do a systematic approach with myself when it comes to self-practice. A lot of times, what I used to do for the majority of the time to help me sleep, because I experienced insomnia, is I would go to the heart chakra and the solar plexus, or even the sacral, so the belly area. And I would just allow myself to just breathe, and I would just allow myself to just feel love in those areas. So the practice of Reiki is really embracing love and compassion.
Yep. Well said. Well said. Nice energy with that. So we can do it with ourselves, and we talked a little bit about how the animals of the world really make out when students are new to the Reiki practice. But there are people, and I know even in your own practice, you have a significant amount of clientele that are pets and animals. Can you also use Reiki for different, like for situations and world events and that type of thing?
Absolutely. So the other thing, if we remember that there's this oneness, everyone and everything is interconnected, because we are all from source. We are all from the presence. We are all from God, whatever you want to name it. Name does not matter. Knowing that there is something bigger than this human body and the human mind. There is something that we are all interconnected with. So whenever we practice with ourselves, we're not only benefiting ourselves, but we are also benefiting all. And I just lost my train of thought. Ask me that question again, because I got off topic.
That's fine. Can we also, so we can specifically use it for ourselves, others, animals, pets, but can we use it for situations?
Yes, situations. Yes. So how do I answer this? I can use an example. There's a couple things that come to mind. So for a fun situation, I actually had a student reach out to me, I want to say it was last year now, and I think I may have shared this with you some time ago. She was trying to sell her house, and the realtor was saying her house was valued at a certain amount, and she didn't feel that was accurate. She didn't feel that was correct. And so she asked if Reiki would help the situation. And so I basically just did a distance Reiki session. So remembering that we're all interconnected, you don't have to be physically there with a person. You don't have to be physically there with an object. You can literally be wherever you're at and tapping into the energy of a situation. So I basically centered myself, in alignment, tapped into the energy of this home. And to me, a home has a life of itself as well, too. A home is like our caregiver for keeping ourselves safe, for honing in on a family or whoever is living within the home, right? It's kind of an interactive approach, even though it's an inanimate object. There's still a respect, if you will. We respect the home respects us, what have you. So I just went to a process where I would align, I would hold space, send Reiki. I don't like to say send. Hold the space, knowing that Reiki is in, through, and as of this land, and as through this home, and knowing all the love in this home, knowing all the love this land, blessing blessing this home, blessing the land, blessing the family that is moving out of it, knowing that it served each one in its magnificent way, the way it was supposed to. And then as they were parting their ways, making that space for that energy of that home to be able to be open and receptive, to be able to hone in on the next family that was moving into this home, blessing that family, blessing this home, blessing this entire space, the land, knowing that it was going to be conducive for the growth of all. And so, needless to say, she emailed me back. I want to say maybe 3 days after I let her know that, I did this process, this session, if you will. And she received more than she ever expected for the home.
I love it.
So that was really cool. I will say that.
Cool. And the other thing that was really cool about it was there was no attachment to any outcomes. You just put energy to the situation.
That's funny. It's the second time that's coming up in the last week. Note to self.
A coincidence.
We'll talk about that later. So yeah. The other thing, though, I do want to, I guess, tap on a little bit, touch on a little bit, is when we see situations, when we have these things that happen or seeing happening in life, they truly are an after effect. If you're thinking about the law of cause and effect, everything that we're seeing in situations that are happening in life, now there's multiple reasons why they're happening. We start thinking about world events. They are just external picturings, if you will, of what's happening within our inner consciousness, either individually or collectively. The beautiful thing about that is we can shift and change that because it's already an after effect, right? So if there is something showing up, a situation showing up in your life, and it's not sitting with you well, it's just something that you're not happy with, it's not beneficial in some way, we can also send Reiki to that. I'm so used to saying sending Reiki, that's not what I really mean. I think the jargon, and that's just a habitual pattern. We're not really sending. There is no sending involved. Where there is nothing but love and kindness and holding that. So when we go into larger situations, say there's some kind of violence that took place in town or something like that, when we can, for those challenging moments, we can recognize that, yes, this is what's showing up. I'm not going to minimize that. Absolutely, I'm seeing this in this life. It's eliciting these feelings within me. I'm seeing that. So if we can surrender, and again, it's not like dismissing or condoning anything. It's just like, can I just surrender in this moment? Can I just remember, overall, there's love. Overall, there's compassion somewhere, because the presence is always with us, no matter what situation is going on. So we just remember to kind of surrender and go back into focusing on ourselves, go back to focusing on love, go back to focusing on compassion, and rising up into that, and just imagining that unconditional love, that peace that exists somewhere, that we can embrace, and we can just reel into our own selves, and just holding that and feeling that and allowing that love and that peace and that surrender just to come into us, knowing that all is interconnected. And I just visualize, or I just imagine this overall sense of love that just kind of surrounds, and kind of, I get this like moving down idea of this, like this energy that's just moving down and surrounding not only me as a physical human body, but also everything that is encompassed in that area. So bringing that energy of love and the compassion and the peace to any situation, to any that's just holding, surrounding all that, until it can just like somehow the little peaks, the little holes, shine its light shine its love, and to allow that love to just finally ease some of that tension, ease, bringing a sense of surrender, ease, and recognizing love. I had a visualization actually the other day. It might have been yesterday, actually. We had brought up about one of the wars, especially like Russia and Ukraine. And just what came to me when I was sitting in a meditation, I wasn't even going into a Reiki practice, so to speak. I was meditating and holding the same energy of it. And, you know, there's this contention, there's a lot of heavy emotion going each way with each side. And I imagined it paused. I imagined arms kind of dropping, arms as in like guns, weapons, firearms dropping, and there just being like another pause. And just kind of like an observance and just taking in so much love and so much love. And then as that continued, then almost like people becoming enlightened, people understanding that we are all one with each other. And it was kind of funny because it kind of brought up a childhood moment of playing a game, Red Rover. And it was almost like everyone just started joining hands all around. You know, everyone started joining hands. And next thing you know, this crowd of people go rushing into the other, and the others just embraced them. So we went from this vision, if you will, from like this fighting, this contention or what have you, to no longer to being welcoming and loving and just understanding and compassion. So, I mean, things can play out in different ways. And while some people might think, oh, well, that's a great visualization, but that's not really happening, what I will say to you is what happens on a consciousness level is what can happen. It's where we are putting our attention.
100% I agree. I've really been promoting this Park Bench project Park Bench that Jim Self from Mastering Alchemy is doing. It starts this Sunday, and it's exactly what you said. We're going to working with this consciously. Pam Gregory she's an astrologer in the UK. She does a meditation every Sunday at 2:00, nothing online or whatever. You're just present doing whatever you're doing. And you take 15 minutes to put energy to that vision or that reality. I won't even say vision, the reality you just shared. It's the energy. So yeah, that's pretty incredible. I agree.
Yeah. Again, it's just where were you putting our attention? And the biggest shift for me, I will say, and that changes my world, is I can focus all I want on the external, what's happening around me. I can do that. That's what the majority of the people do. And they think that's reality with a capital R. And all it is an outpicturing of what's taking place internally. So if we can slowly and compassionately be like, okay, that's what I see. And I feel like it's real because it's pulling some emotion. It's making my thoughts think a certain way. But when we can like gently start pulling ourselves back, if we can gently just bring ourselves back to this now moment and go inward and focus on what we desire, the things that truly everyone wants. Peace, health, vitality, love, so when we can focus on those things and we spend a little bit more time taking time focusing on that, that's what we're going to see showing up around us. Yeah. And that's the beauty, because Reiki helps with that as well too.
It does. So going back to the very beginning, I've listened to you talk about Reiki. I'm really interested in this. How does someone get started in Reiki? Like say they want to just not, call and set an appointment to receive some Reiki, but they want to be able to harness this Reiki thing we've been talking about. How do you do that, and what does it look like?
So people can get referrals from people who receive Reiki, or if it's someone you receive Reiki from, you feel drawn to that person, you can ask them if they're a teacher, a master teacher. If you're not, what I highly recommend, and I have been saying this for years, is if you search for Reiki teachers, whether it be Google, whether it be from one of the associations to see who's in your area. There's Reiki.org. They have an association, the International Center for Reiki Training. There's also the what is it? I forget the title of it. IARP, International Association of Reiki Practitioners, is more of an another international one that is out there as well too, and some practitioners are listed on those. What's important is for you to chat with a Reiki master. First of all, do you align with them? What is their experience? Are they practicing? That's so important. What's the intention of their practice, out of curiosity? See if that aligns with you. Do they offer in their classes what you feel is what you need? But also, Reiki masters, well, I can't speak for all. I can only speak for myself. So Reiki masters generally will share with you the curriculum, if you will, and what is encapsulated in each of the Reiki classes. There's the other thing is there's like different styles, if you will, of Reiki out there. So I think it's important to really see what your alignment is, and not that you have to be a traditionalist, but what is coming from the original practices to what is happening now. And again, I guess if it does align with you. So I think those are the important things. And then you can see from those discussions, like, where do you find you're settling in with a teacher? So I tend to be an overgiver when I teach. So, and I've heard different experiences from people receiving classes from different people, you know, and some are wonderful and fabulous, and some are just like, oh, that's interesting. Maybe they're just learning to teach, you know, because everyone has to find their path. I mean, the teacher I am today is definitely not the teacher I was when I first started teaching, because I was still learning. Because the more experience you have, the thing is too, you can read so much, and I've just had this experience again recently. It's not about the theoretical piece. It's not in the mind. We have to move away from the mind. We have to be in the moment. We have to be in the moment of love, and without judgment, and holding that compassion and all acceptance. And so when we can bring that to our practice, we have all these different experiences, and we can teach from experience. Now, if you're a newer teacher and you have limited experience, that does not matter.
Yeah, I agree.
We learn by practice. So we practice teaching. And then you just hone, you know, be a little flexible with yourself. Nothing has to be in concrete.
I agree. So you did a nice job with that, and I do think that's important. And I do think that the universe and spirit has a way of connecting people to the classes that they're supposed to be in also. So I will say that I know it was literally a journey for me to even get into my first class, and then it was interesting to watch the different paths it took. So I do know when you start with a level 1 Reiki. You can do a level 1 and 2 Reiki. Then there's like a level 3, and then you go into the masters, and then they have different advanced versions of the Reiki, a Karuna. And do you teach all of those?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really want to get back into Karuna Reiki. I only taught one class with that when I was at the old space. I find it, when we start talking about the different styles of Reiki, the ones that I know, so I learned with the original, the Usui Tibetan style. Mm-hmm. That's what I first learned Reiki. And then after that, I was just so intrigued, and I thought, oh, there's this elevated practice, Karuna Reiki, you know, so I became a Karuna master and a Usui Tibetan master practitioner. So at that point, then when we became aware that there's this whole other experience of what they call Holy Fire Reiki, which the way that I say it is like, it's like Usui, however, it's the elevated turbo form, if you will. It's just a higher vibrational frequency, if you will, so they say. And I went back and forth with that a lot. I didn't know for sure what was happening until I actually got confirmation from clients that I didn't even tell that I was going through a whole nother class. But they were in awe, and they just had such positive feedback about the sessions they received. I will say though, when it comes to Karuna, I use that all the time in my sessions. Not that it's any better and that Usui is less effective. I do not want to say that whatsoever. It's about the vibrational frequency that we are holding.
Exactly.
So I would have to sit, I guess, too, like, why do you use Karuna? You know, just to really dive into that. But I do use it in just about all my sessions. I use all of it. So
I would agree. And, you know, as we're winding up real quick, it's a different vibration, a different energy. It has a different, I'll say, powerfulness. They're just unique and different, and there's a place for each of them. And again, it goes back to the intuition. So I do want to thank you for being part of the summit. We have Julie Baldino up next with Demystifying Crystals. So the Reiki crystals seem like a nice segue. But before we go, what are you doing now, and what's next for Nikki Ackerman?
Growing the practice. So I am seeing some people across town in Brecksville, really honing in and elevating the practice over in in Avon Lake. The new thing that we're integrating into it is something that's been near and dear to my heart that I wanted to do probably in the last year or so, is developing the sacred service program. And so it's being able to come to the assistance of someone who to just be there for them and be able to support them in a way that can be very helpful and nourishing. So I just started this program. I have a dear friend that is going through some medical stuff, and it's been very challenging. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to host the Sacred Service Saturday to be able to bring in donations, if you will. So to be able to offer services to the public where they would come and they would get their self-care, they can get rejuvenated, they can do their healing work, and their contribution to that, what they would pay for the service, would actually be going over to help the person that we are helping with in terms of sacred service. So it's kind of like passing it forward, if you will. So we get to be a service of two different people. The people coming in get to receive something, and what they would generally give to receive is actually going to go and support somebody else. So I'm going to get that set up on my website in terms of a date. I was going to have it this month, but I am changing it until August 3rd. And then I'm also, for people who can't make it in on August 3rd, I'm actually already starting where people, if they want to buy a session, whether it's an hour session, half-hour session, they can do that, and the proceeds will go to a particular person, family, and they can set up an appointment to schedule to receive when they would like to.
Well, that's a beautiful thing, and they can go to reikipagoda.com, get on your website. I appreciate it. I have Julie sitting in the background. So thank you so much for your time.
Yeah.
And until next time, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Have a wonderful day.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Hey, Julie.
Hi. How are
Welcome.
You? Thank you.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. It's hot here.
I feel like it's been really weird. It's been super hot, and then it has like a brief period where it really drops, and then it gets hot again. Yeah. So I can appreciate that. I like to turn the air off so that there's not buzzing in the background when I'm taping and recording. So, you know.
I also love to have windows open, and so I don't get my fresh air when it's hot and I have AC on. That's a bummer.
Yeah. So I appreciate you doing this.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Doing this great session on demystifying crystals. I think that crystals get a bad rap a lot of times if you don't really understand them and know them. It's been an amazing summit so far, so thank you for joining us for the summit.
Absolutely.
Just real quick for the people who are jumping on for your presentation, you specialize in the art of literally revitalizing spaces through the strategic use of crystals, smoke cleansing rituals, clearing blocked energies, pathways, and bringing clarity and guidance to folks who are seeking a deeper connection with themselves and spirit. So what's interesting for us, I think that this all just seems so normal, right? As I'm speaking the words, I'm like, yeah, that's what we all do every day. But for the most of the people out there, it's not all that comfortable a lot of times, and they're curious. So I'm going to let you run a little bit with this. I appreciate that you're actually going to do some hands-on stuff, because I think that gives a different visual for people trying to understand it. And if you want me to jump off, I can sit in the background so that they can have a better visual for you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll work live on a client here in just a second.
Okay.
I have, part of one of the pitfalls of being my friend is that I rope you into doing stuff like this with me. So,
Well, I saw you asking for volunteers, and I was
Yeah.
like, me, but I live across the other side of the United States. So
and a lot of people do this work remotely. I don't know, I prefer to be hands-on in person, but
I agree.
yeah, I guess just a little bit of my background, I kind of dove into all of this in my real estate work is where I kind of dipped my toe in. I own a real estate brokerage, and I sell a lot of homes that are owned by banks, and they're really icky and the energy sucks.
Oh, yeah.
And so I was trying to figure out creative ways to make these houses feel better on the inside when people walked in. And I mean, I've been a broker for over 20 years, so this started way back when. And then I thought, I should have some kind of a certification in this. I shouldn't just be doing it all willy-nilly with no credentials behind me. So then I started this whole deep dive into training on crystal healing, which turned into doing a lot of body work, which I found out that not only do I really enjoy it, but I am also very gifted at it. So yeah, it just went from, one place to another, and now here I am. And then during COVID, or the lockdown, I had to shut my real estate office down temporarily. And I kind of came home, things were calm, there wasn't a lot of crazy real estate activity, and I was able to kind of focus. And I had this crazy dream that I needed to buy this piece of equipment that I didn't even know what it was. And I woke up the next morning and I started Googling, and then I found this, which is what I'm going to work on my friend with. So
it's a piece of, it's an art of beauty. I have a huge draw to that kind of thing. And I love that this is what I love, is that you were given nudges and you weren't really sure why or exactly, but you just went with it. And you went into the flow of it, and it really grew into something pretty significant and special.
Yeah, it did. And I at the time I was reading Rebecca Campbell's books. I don't know if you've read any of her books, but she talks a lot about following the nudges and just not questioning it. And I didn't, and people would ask me, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? I have no idea. I just am. I'm just doing it. So anyway, the first video that I posted of me working on someone in this bed went viral on TikTok. And I dreamt that I should buy it and put it on TikTok, because it needed to go on TikTok, and here we are. So
crazy.
So yeah, so I have I've been trained in Reiki. I have several certifications in crystal healing. And I think a lot of the times it's really overwhelming for people, like thinking about diving into this. And I think people have a tendency to overthink or think they need to know everything before they can do anything with it. So what I'm hoping to do today, as I'm going through my process, is maybe leave everybody with a few little tips and tricks on how they can work with themselves in their own home, or develop daily practices that are helpful to them. And to maybe stop questioning themselves as much, not feeling the need to have to read every book or take every class in order to work with them. And another kind of specialty that I ran into when I was training and doing this work is how to keep very impeccable energetic hygiene, which I think is just really important. And if you do keep impeccable energetic hygiene, you don't end up on this table needing energy work. right? And
That
so
makes sense. Yeah.
yeah, and so a lot of people don't even think about it, but our energy torus extends from our body 8 to 10 feet. So by going to the grocery store, you're exposing yourself to God knows what kind of icky energy, you know?
Hmm.
And so I think having a daily or even a weekly practice is helpful in fighting off, depression, physical ailments, even because a lot of the times these physical issues are energetic blocks that we are not dealing with. And then by the time somebody gets to me, they're overwhelmed with grief, or they have cancer, or because all of
Yeah.
that stuff just builds up in our bodies. So hopefully I can give people a little bit of wisdom on that. And yeah. So yeah.
This is just so important, and I honestly, obviously, I believe this because this is why we're doing the summit, Spirituality Explained. I truly believe that everything is shifting, and people are more open to our existence is much bigger, and we have more abilities and power than we ever thought, and they're more open to these things, and recognizing just what you said about um, impeccable. We take care of everything else, but we don't take care of our energy. So just when you talk about going to the grocery store or even going to a sporting event or something like that, it's so huge.
Yeah, it's a lot. And I think we all became hyper aware of it during COVID, especially those of us that
Yeah.
went home to work. And I remember thinking to myself, wow, this is really peaceful. I don't have people lined up out my door. My phone is ringing and it's not bothering me because I just wasn't overwhelmed with everybody else's stuff. And I think there are just little things you can do every day, not only in your home, but with your body, and to just keep yourself kind of in alignment. So all of the outside stuff isn't affecting you as much.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to call Rachel in, and I'm going to kind of reposition my camera, and
Okay.
we'll get started.
Yeah, I'm loving this.
I have already warned Rachel that this is not going to be a very relaxing experience because I'll be talking. So,
She'll
so
still
feel
receive
free.
something, but not the usual,
Sure.
right?
Yeah, so feel free if you have questions or, anything,
Yeah.
you're welcome to interrupt me.
Okay.
You ready, Ray?
Yeah. We already have someone who's amazed with your crystal bed.
Oh, thank you. I actually, my room's kind of a mess right now because I was setting up for this, but this is my altar that holds all of my
Ah.
healing stones that I work with. So, yeah.
I love it. Catherine Troyer is going to talk with us on Saturday about altars and sacred ceremonies.
We are equally obsessed with altars.
Yes. Yeah.
So a couple things about this bed that I think are really important to note. You're laying on about 40 pounds of heated amethyst. It has a biomat underneath. So you're getting all of that energetic healing from the bottom. The bed has an aromatherapy component, which I'm going to turn on right now. It also has a sound therapy component. And one of the really special things about this bed are the bulbs. Let me get some sound turned on for Rachel so she doesn't have to listen to me. Let's do this one. So loaded into this bed, or into the electronic component in this bed, is a bunch of tracks that are Pleiadian frequencies, super relaxing, put you in a really meditative state. Okay, back to the bulbs. So obviously you're getting the benefit of the color therapy or chromotherapy. The bulbs are high altitude Himalayan quartz carved into a Vogel cut. And if you don't know what a Vogel cut is, Marcel Vogel was an IBM scientist who was playing with quartz for use in electronics. And when he was cutting it, realized that cutting it at a certain degree, I think it's, or a certain angle, I think it's like 48.6 or something like that, was actually having an effect on people in the next room. So what he figured out was that if cutting to that exact degree maximizes the rotation or the spin of the energy of the quartz. So that's how these bulbs are cut out of quartz. So what I'm going to do is line these up with Rachel's energy centers. Is the music playing? Okay. A really important way to start, and this is like one of those little tips that I want to leave with you, is to make sure your own body is cleansed. A little tip on that as well, hand cleansing. A lot of people don't realize that we have a lot of very tiny little energy centers in our hands. They're called nadis, where we're constantly sending and receiving energy through our hands. I like to smoke cleanse mine. I also like to smoke cleanse the space, typically before somebody's laying on the table, but I forgot. So we're going to do it now. And then also just kind of cleanse myself, right? Because I don't want, if I have any icky energy, I don't want that going on to the client. I'm going to set that aside. And the first stones I like to place just to start the session, I use lodestone at the feet and any type of clear quartz at the crown. And the reason I'm doing this is there is a piezoelectric charge between these two stones. So having this one at the feet and this one at the head kind of opens up the energy stream through the central channel. So I'll let her sit like that for a few minutes while I am working on her hands. I use a little tool like this little guy. I use it to poke at the energy centers in the hands to kind of open the hands up, because I do like to place stones in the hands while I'm working on people. So I'm going to grab her hands and just kind of give them a quick poke all up and down the fingers. And then I like to place stones in people's hands while I'm working on them. Today I'm going to use amber for her hands. Amber is like a super heavy duty healer. And if you think about it, it's the resin that actually heals a tree petrified. So I'm going to do that in her hands. And then let me see what else. I'm going to start adding stones to her feet first, just for extra grounding. I think when people kind of get in this environment, especially with all the crystals in the room, they tend to just really live in the upper chakras. So we want to keep them all grounded down in their body. So what I'm going to use down at her feet, also, I wanted to mention too, a really easy way to start using crystals is just to hold them when you're in meditation. Just having them in your hands, I think, is useful and helpful, and it doesn't take a lot of like brain power to remember, oh, I'm going to meditate, I should grab a crystal. So, and one of the ways that I was trained was to meditate with a different crystal every 3 days and journal about how it made me feel or the experience I had with it. So I feel like that's the best way to get to know the stones that you already have, instead of just going out and buying a ton, or just going by the book definition of what somebody else thinks it's good for. So definitely a good thing to have in your daily practice is just holding one when you meditate. Or another good way to incorporate their energy into your life is to sleep next to them, or stick one under your pillow. So anyway, they can work for you while you're sleeping. Okay, at her feet, I'm doing black tourmaline. I'm using shungite. Shungite is a really good stone for filtration. And when I'm working on people and I'm moving energy, I'm moving it from the top of their body down through their feet, because that's where we transmute energy, is out our feet. So we're going to put shungite, which is a great filter. It's actually, I believe they built the waterways in ancient Rome out of shungite. It's either Rome or Greece. And some of those still exist today. And then I'm also going to use some bronzite at her feet. Bronzite is a really good stone for releasing energies that no longer serve you. So I'm going to be setting these down on the sides of her feet. And then I am going to test her energy centers. And the way that I do it is with a pendulum. And I basically go in to find out whether or not each chakra is open or in rotation. Sometimes when they are not open, the pendulum will not move at all. And this is different for everybody else. I guess it depends on your relationship with your pendulum. But if they're not open at all, it will just be dead stop. That shows me that it's blocked. Every once in a while, I'll get one that rotates backwards. And then I know I really need to work on that section of their body. But if it swings back and forth, it's open, it's good. I will still place stones on it, but I might do some specialized work on the areas that are blocked or moving the wrong direction. So I am going to start down at her root. And it is open. Rachel's a pretty grounded person, so that doesn't surprise me. The sacral is open. And just a note on that, the majority of women I work on, their sacral chakra is blocked. And I think that has a lot to do with what is going on with toxic masculinity in our culture. How many women have suffered from abuse and trauma. It does tend to make things get really stuck right here. I have to work on the sacral probably in 9 out of 10 women that I have on the table. So she's open in the solar plexus. She is open in the heart. This is where she's always stuck. So let's see what the throat looks like. Yeah, she's stuck there, but she is a lot. And the third eye, she is open. And the crown, she is open. So oftentimes when I see blockages, it's due to maybe a physical ailment that somebody is suffering from. I know Rachel has an issue with inflammation in her throat right now, and so it didn't surprise me at all to see that not moving. Root blockages are typically people not being grounded, unresolved childhood trauma, like from under the age of 6, sacral sexual trauma or abuse. And that chakra is typically developed in the, 6 to 12 year range. So anything that may have happened traumatic during that time would cause this area to be stuck. When the solar plexus is stuck, we typically see not only just physical ailments, maybe in the chest or stomach area. I also see in the sacral, to go back, women that are suffering from really bad PMS or bladder infections, UTIs, stuff like that. Solar plexus is usually a confidence and personal power thing when somebody's feeling really stuck and have no direction, no confidence to move forward. Heart being closed, typically heartache, grief. A lot of times I see empaths that have closed heart chakras just because they aren't equipped to handle it. So they learn how to shut it down to protect themselves. Throat, oftentimes some of like she's got inflammation in her throat right now, so that's why hers is blocked. Inability to speak your truth, inability to express your authenticity, that will come out in the throat. Ear problems will also come out in the throat chakra. Third eye, not connecting to your intuition, ignoring your instinct. And then crown, obviously, when I see this stuck, it's when people have completely shut themselves off from spirituality. I was working on my brother once, and my brother's very religious, and I noticed that he was really stuck up here. And I said, "Did you stop going to church?" And he was like, "Yeah, I did." And I'm like, "Okay, well, I could tell." So what I'm going to do is just start placing stone. I typically have a pretty good idea of what I'm going to use on someone before they get here. It's just an intuitive thing. Sometimes I change it up depending on what I'm finding when I'm working on them. But I'm going to use Vanadinite on Rachel. This is a really good stone for not only grounding and for working on the root, but it's also good for like structure and organization. So a lot of people now are neurodivergent. So if you have a hard time with staying organized, staying on task, moving through your task checklist, Vanadinite is a really good stone for that. So we're going to put that on her first. And then at the sacral, I'm going to use carnelian today, which is kind of my go-to right there. And then at the solar plexus, what do I want to use there? See, this is the fun part, getting to figure out what I want to pick for people. I think I'm going to use Bumblebee Jasper. I like this one just because it's really playful, joyful, fun. And we all need a little bit of that, right? And then on her heart, I'm going to use pink amethyst on her heart. No, I'm going to use, what am I going to use? I'm going to use pink petrified wood. I don't know if you can see this piece, but it has a really like a loving divine masculine energy, like a grandfather energy, if that makes sense. So I'm going to use that on her heart. And I'm going to add something to her high heart chakra. Let me see what I've got over here. I'm going to add kunzite to her high heart. This is actually one of my favorite stones. Now I'm going to do a little bit of extra work here to the throat. I'm going to use some, like I said, she's got inflammation in her throat. So I'm going to use blue lace agate, which is really great for inflammation, by the way. So is Larimar in any part of your body. So if you've got, they're both very watery, cooling, watery stones. So if you have inflammation anywhere in your body, it is not a bad idea to use either blue lace agate or Larimar on those spots. So I'm applying the blue lace agate right on her throat, and I'm putting the Larimar on both sides. I'm also going to add some blue kyanite to the side. Blue kyanite is really good for just being in alignment in general. And then on her, and I wouldn't do this on everybody, but I'm going to do it on Rachel because I work on her. On her third eye, I'm going to use Moldavite. And like I said, I wouldn't normally do that, but her and I are both kind of really fanatic spiritual seekers, and we're all about transforming and being the highest version of ourselves, and that is one of those stones that will do that for you. And then at her crown, I'm going to use a couple of things. I'm going to use rutilated quartz. The reason I'm going to use rutilated quartz for her is she's been working on manifestation a lot, and this is a very good one for like manifesting abundance. And then around her head, I'm going to place a few pieces of lepidolite. Lepidolite is really good for calming the brain down. She's a thinker. If you're an overthinker, this is really good. This actually has lithium in it. So yeah, it's a really good one for maintaining a calm and peaceful brain. And then I'm also going to add a few sticks of amethyst. And then, so she's got her layout all on. She's relaxed. She's listening to music. There's aromatherapy going. One of the other things that I like to do when I have somebody on the table, and this is something that you can do at home, this is really cheap. We probably all have a piece of selenite laying around. I'm going to brush out or comb out her auric field with this. I know people who do this to people before they'll even allow them to come in their house. So, and you can actually do this applying it directly to your skin. I prefer, well, on clients, I'll do it above the body. So I'll show you kind of how I brush any kind of auric blocks out of the body and down into her feet. So I'm going to start at her head. And I just kind of envision pulling energy from the crown and up over the body to cleanse, and then flicking it off at the end. And I'll do both sides all the way down. And I usually take a lot longer to do this, but in the interest of time, I'm just gonna go through it. And then once I've done that, because we've kind of moved some icky energy off of the body, and sometimes I have to do this to people like 3 or 4 times because they have so much of other people's stuff all over them that it's hard to get off. And usually that's just an intuitive thing. So I'm just lighting a piece of Palo Santo, and I'm just going to go around the perimeter of her body where I kind of just pushed everything off of her to just kind of re-cleanse our space. And then one last technique that I think I'm going to show you before I start my procedure of kind of pulling everything off is, because we've got this issue in the throat, I want to work a little bit on that, on the throat. So I use this is my favorite tool, this beautiful Vogel wand. It's clear quartz. And what I'm going to do is go in and try to work directly on that throat, getting it open and moving. And so basically what I do is point and spin. Another technique that I use if I find an energy center is really stuck and has a lot of like energetic junk there, is I will, with the other end of the Vogel wand, scoop it out and then go in and try to get that chakra moving. It's funny too, because sometimes when I do this, people think that I'm touching them because they can actually feel it. And because we were kind of stuck there, I'm going to go back in and just retest and see what it looks like. Yeah. So I don't know if you can see the pendulum, but it is like really, really swinging now, which tells me that success, I got it moving. One other really interesting technique that I use, and then I'll start kind of taking everything down, is use the same wand. And we have these 3 energetic channels that run down our body. So I'll pull energy from the crown and bring it all the way down. If I feel like they need movement through the body. So if I have somebody that's really, really, really stuck. And she's not really, really stuck, but. And normally I'd let her sit here for probably 20, 30 minutes to kind of just soak all of this in and get all the energy from the stones. But I'm going to start doing kind of like my wind up portion of this because we don't have all day. So one of the last things that I do is I like to seal in the energy in the feet and hands. We leak a lot of energy. There we are. Sorry, I lost you. So I'm using the selenite, and I'm just circling at the feet. I'm just going like this at her feet in order to just kind of seal it in. And I'm going to do the same thing where her hands are, just kind of creating a circle and closing those leakages up. And then I start the process of like taking all of the stones off. I'm going to start at the top because I want her to have the grounding stones at her feet for as long as possible. And I just take them off one by one. I'm going really fast right now because I don't know how we're doing on time, but usually going a little bit slower. And I'm just going to go ahead and keep these 3 stones at her feet while I'm shutting everything else down. I usually leave somebody on with the grounding stones at their feet for probably, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes at least until I feel like I can get them out, because this really heightens your state. So I want to keep people grounded. And with that, another really fun thing that you could do at home, if you have like a favorite chair that you sit in, is put a grounding stone underneath your chair. I mean, like if you sit and watch TV in a certain chair, just put a chunk of black tourmaline under there and it can be your grounding chair. Okay, so I'm gonna shut the music off. Hi, you okay? Okay. Okay, I'm taking this off. Are you ready? Okay, it's gonna be really bright. All right, and that's it. I don't know if you have questions. Put back on. I'll get myself all set up.
That was amazing.
That was like
have,
the lightning round version, though.
I was just going to say, I can only imagine. It makes me want to jump on a plane and fly across the states there. But definitely some techniques I'm going to use. One of the things you talked about, the grounding chair, that's pretty powerful. But now we have so many different people who work from home.
Yeah.
And they're working from the same space. So any recommendations for stones for those who are working from home? Thank you, Rachel.
She said thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, one of the ones that I love to have by my desk, I actually used it on her, is vanadinite. It's
Okay.
really good for keeping focus. Another really good one is carnelian. It's because it's good for energy. So, um, yeah, and you can even create, in my old office, we had a meditation room and we had a couch where I had an entire grid of crystals underneath the couch that were grounding centered. So if somebody was
Oh,
having just difficulty at work, they could just go sit in that chair. So,
it was a nice time out chair. I love it.
yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that is great. So, gosh, there's a couple of things. I love using the selenite for clearing people. And, you know, I can see people clearing people before they come in the house. So, historically, for the past number of years, I feel like maybe a decade, for family holidays, we started saging people with music as they came through the door, which was really interesting because, right, not everyone in the family is of like mind. But it was interesting as we were doing this that eventually everyone would come in, and as they entered, they would just spread eagle, pick up their feet, whatever is the saging person was doing, all the saging. So even though they may have thought it was a bit woo-woo or even had more negative thoughts about it, everyone participated. But what I will tell you, Julie, is it significantly shifted the energies of the holidays in a very, very positive way. Like there was no denying it. So I think might have to add some selenite to that.
Yeah. I don't know if you ever heard or seen the meme that says, you're responsible for the energy you bring into this space. I think having a ritual like that just shifts everyone's mindset and makes them more aware of the energy that they're bringing into the space.
Yeah, I agree. And the other thing that you brought up, and I think that it's maybe an area of our life that we don't leverage enough, is our sleep time. So, of more recent, and I mean really more recent, maybe the last month or two, I have started setting very specific intention for what I want to happen in my sleep space. And I have found that to be pretty significant. And I thought, well, we spend a lot of time returning home while we're sleeping. And when you brought up the crystals, I thought, well, there were times when I would put very specific crystals under my pillow or honestly even fall asleep holding them. So I think it's a practice maybe I need to jump back into, but really rethinking about our sleep space and how we prepare for it and setting some intention for it, sort of utilizing it.
Yeah, I've heard it referred to as net time sleeping. And using crystals while you sleep gives you an opportunity to work on your body energetically with zero effort whatsoever. And if you want to deepen that practice, you can use something like Moldavite. Some people couldn't sleep with it, but you could. I mean, if you really want to bring transformation and change into your life, it also helps with like astral travel and vivid dreams. So, sleeping like something like that is great. And then you can also use them to help you sleep. Sodalite is one that is really good for helping you sleep. Celestite is a great one, I think, to have in the bedroom energetically because it has a really angelic energy to it. So, and then I know a lot of people that have grids of like black tourmaline underneath their bed just to keep them like very grounded and pulled down into reality while they're laying in bed.
Yeah, that makes sense. It was when you were using the Moldavite for the third eye, I thought, oh, maybe I just need to put my Moldavite from my necklace onto my third eye. And what I will say, because I'm sure it's unique for everyone, is especially using stones in the third eye for sure. It's, there's palpable experience. There's definite tangible experiences that you have with them, as well as, in different areas. So I love that you focused on let's make this crystal work, maybe not so hard, especially for those of us who really do the deep dive into learning and feeling like we need to know all of this stuff. I have the crystal cards, the crystal books, all of that, and it can be overwhelming and a bit much. So I'm going to ask you, would you say reading the book or delving into the book versus intuition, which is the most powerful?
I'm definitely intuition.
Yeah.
Definitely. Because those books, while they're good guides, those are just somebody else's channeled intuition. I mean, crystals weren't put on this planet with an instruction manual. Those are actual human beings that have had personal experiences with them and are writing from their own personal experience. That's why the practice, I think, of meditating with one crystal every few days and journaling about it is so powerful, because what might work for somebody else might not work for you. And the reality too is that none of us are ever going to know everything. There are like 4,000 minerals on the planet, and people will ask me all the time, well, what does this do? What does this do? I know about the ones that I use, but there are some that I might not know, unless I've worked with them personally or read about them or whatever. So definitely, that was a long answer to your question, but definitely trust your intuition.
No, that makes sense. And I think even with the, crystals are living, evolving energies too, that they transform, they transmutate, as well as, the rest of us, so that can be changing. That makes sense to me. I early on, I think a lot of it is just not trusting myself, not trusting that we actually do have knowledge and that we have intuitive abilities that are spot on. It doesn't need to come from someone else, that it's really in there. So I will tell you, intuition and synchronicities were two things that have come up with the summit all over the place. So there was definitely a thread in it's interconnecting all over the place. So I love that. So what else are you doing now, and what's next for Julie?
With this practice particularly, just continuing to help people where it's needed. I find that I end up working on a lot of people, not only in the real estate industry, because it's extremely stressful, especially right now, with the market changes that are happening. But I also work a lot on healthcare professionals, other people that are also energy healers. Yeah. And it's funny too,
people forget about that big demographic.
And they need big movement, right? Because they take on a lot of other people's stuff. So I thought it was funny that after I had done this for a while, that ended up being my specialty, because I wouldn't consider myself an expert or anything, but then to have like a bunch of people that were energy healers need to come to me to clear their energy. I thought that was really interesting. So yeah. And then doing this when I can. Obviously, I'm still practicing real estate broker, and my passion is working in people's homes with stones. But I guess the more I do this and the more changes I see in people when I'm done, it's pretty inspiring. But my day job makes a lot more money. So,
I totally get that. I totally get that. It's all shifting.
Yeah, it is.
And honestly, it sounds counterintuitive sometimes, or maybe in our heart we feel like it's not a desire, but we do love what we do in all our day jobs absolutely as much as we love this. And I think sometimes for doing the energy work, and I come from the healthcare industry, which can be big and yucky on a lot of different levels. There's a reason we're there doing it as well as the energy work. So we are pulled to be doing both of it, because there's a lot of value in both of it for sure. So
yeah, I do see integration as well in the medical industry, and then the other energetic healing.
Yeah. So I really appreciate it. This was like an incredibly powerful session, and I'm a sort of that hands-on visual person. versus like, I don't learn real well listening to a lecture sometimes or listening to people speak. So I found this incredibly meaningful and beneficial, and I'm
Good.
sure a lot of other people did. Anything that you would like to leave people with or add before we finish up here?
I think I think maybe what I would like to leave everybody with is just to start a practice, any practice. Like, don't overthink it. You don't have to know everything. Just start something. And don't, I guess, don't question your selections either. A lot of people will reach out to me and say, "What should I get for this?" And my response is always like, go into a crystal shop and just see what calls you. I mean, because you probably need it. If you're attracted to something purple, that's probably what you need. Go find a purple stone that you like and then meditate with it. I think when we overthink things, we don't do anything, right? We cease to take action and then nothing works. So part of the healing power of this practice is that it's the intention behind it. It's not necessarily the crystal. It's that I'm taking 5 minutes to sit down and meditate with a stone in my hand, and it's going to make my day better. It's going to make my mind clearer, and it's just going to make my life better in general. So start anything.
I like that. And the other thing I guess I would add to that is just rolling off of what you just said, don't try to control it. Like, don't try to force the universe and, what stone do I need to pick to maybe, because I'm trying to manifest or get something else. This is what I always say. The stone picks you. You
Yeah.
may think that you're picking the stone, or you may have a stone that you're going to pick. You're going to end up with something different, and it's going to pick you. I can't tell you how many times when I was walking out the door going to work, like I literally would get pulled back in off the dresser because the stone said, "Put me in your pocket and take me." And I would look at it before I, was leaving and be like, no, no, no. And I would literally come back in the house, get the stone, and put it in my pocket. I truly believe in my heart that they pick us, and they pick us for a reason for that moment in time, and just trust and go with the flow versus trying to control it and drive
Yeah.
it.
I think too that sometimes the ones that we don't like or we're more averse to are the ones we really need. Because
Yeah.
for a long time, I really didn't like pyrite, and I realize now that it was because there was a situation in my life where I was dealing with some major toxic masculinity, and I needed to work with that. Like, I needed to work with that stone. So it isn't always the one that's visually appealing either. So if you want to push yourself, go with the one that you're most averse to and see what happens.
That's a great observation. Thank you for sharing that. Actually, when you said that, something popped up in my mind, and you make a good point with that. So I will be revisiting that. And it's interesting. I'll tell you, I don't even know what this stone is, but it had me pick it up for the summit. And then I don't know what it is with the citrine, but the past week or two, citrine has been like flowing itself into my life. Like, I've
Yeah.
literally had stones disappear off my desk and other stones reappearing is what I feel like is happening.
I've heard that happen. I hear a lot of people lose moldavite frequently, and then it just shows up again.
Oh, that's interesting. I can't say
Hmm.
I've got a lot of moldavite, but
Yeah.
it keeps itself present.
Yeah, it's interesting because it was one of the first stones I bought 20
Really?
something years ago. And people
That's
are like, oh my
crazy to
gosh, you
me.
started with that one? Of
Yeah.
all the ones, you started with that one? But yeah, I did.
Well,
So,
clearly it pulled you, and looking at what you're doing now, Julie, it makes total sense to me that that's what you started with. 20 years ago, I would have been I would have been like, that's truly interesting to me that that's what pulled you, but it makes
yeah.
sense now.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. We have Chris Van Heis up next. She's going to talk about the Magdalene, and she's really very knowledgeable about it. It's pretty interesting. So thank you, and until next time, I
Yeah.
appreciate you, Julie.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everyone. We have Dr. Christine Van Heis in the building. Welcome.
Hi, Sandra. Hello to everybody.
How are you?
I'm good. Thank you.
So
How
let
are
me
you?
just get this set up real quick because
Okay.
Julie just finished up with us.
Okay.
And there we go.
Hmm.
So welcome. It is honestly, Chris, it's been an amazing day. We've had really, really good speakers, and I'm very excited about this conversation. And I think it's going to be a great way to finish day one of the Spirituality Explained Summit. So for everyone who may not know Dr. V, she is a certified yoga instructor. She specializes in trauma-informed yoga, somatic embodiment techniques, and yoga nidra. I don't know if I say that right. She pairs this skill set with her Reiki and heart healing meditation as she's teaching yoga. So she mixes a lot in there. But some of the special work Dr. V does is she has taught the incarcerated for the last 5 years, and she also teaches at-risk kids in the summer. She's been a teacher and an educator for over 30 years. So welcome to the summit, Chris.
Thanks, Sandra. Greetings to everybody out there who joined today. So,
Absolutely. We've had a pretty good turnout. So I know, Chris, I believe that you have a real passion for labyrinths, which you have talked about and shared in the past. But one of your recent curiosities that you've gotten yourself immersed in is on Mary Magdalene. And we have personally had some conversation, and you shared like so much about her that I was unaware of. Like I just wanted more. So I'm really excited for your presentation on the Magdalene so much more, because it's just really amazing. And I think a lot of the information that you're going to share is really amazing. So I'm not exactly sure how you want to do this. I'm going to pull up your presentation slides here.
okay.
And then do you want me to jump off and you can let me know when to flip them, or?
I'll let you know.
Okay.
I do want to say, first of all, before I get started, that
Sure.
I've actually been reading about Mary Magdalene for 20 years.
Mm.
And before I even get into some of the topic, I would like to say that I don't mean any offense to anybody out there who's listening who might have other beliefs than I do. And, I am not a biblical scholar. This is an interest I've had for over 20 years. But I do want to play something because I got kind of hooked on Mary Magdalene through the Da Vinci Code, which the book came out over 20 years ago, right?
Hard to believe.
When I was trying to figure out how I was going to do this presentation, I just felt like I had to play this clip. So the movie itself came out a few years after the book, obviously, and I have to say the movie was a little campy, but there's a scene at the end of it where Tom Hanks, who plays a symbologist, he studies symbols and signs, and he has been on this adventure with actually one of the daughters, actually long history daughter of Mary Magdalene. So anyway, just to set the scene, he's kneeling near the Louvre, where the pyramid is, the newly built pyramid by I.M. Pei. And at least in the book, Mary Magdalene is buried under this pyramid. But it's the music to me. To me, the music is very stirring. It speaks to faith and love and possibility. So I'm only going to play 15 seconds or so, but I do want to use it because I think it's inspiring to me, at least. So anyway, here goes. If you want, you could cue up that slide.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. It's like I handed that a little abruptly, but anyway, to me, it speaks for, I think at that moment, at least in the film, is when his character finally believes that this is true. So, you know, I started on this path more than 20 years ago. It has taken me through many, many books. Also, in January, I signed up for a 9-month seminar on Mary Magdalene, which is taught by Kayleen Asbo out of California. It's called The Beehive. And if you're interested, she is a wealth of information about Mary Magdalene, but I think you can still connect with some of the topics on her website. And that reference is in my bibliography. So could you cue up the next slide, please, Sandra? Oops, that's the last one. It's the penitent Mary Magdalene. Keep going back. Okay, next one. There you go. So I'm sorry, the next one. There you go. So this is called The Penitent Mary Magdalene. It's by Donatello. It's a sculpture, obviously created in the 15th century. And I grew up a Catholic, and this was the Mary Magdalene I was taught in grade school. That she was the prostitute, you know, she was healed of her 7 sins, you know. So this is what I was taught. And actually, in '69, the Catholic Church, you know, rescinded that and started talking about Mary Magdalene in a different way. But frankly, I don't remember getting that message, you know, from the church back then. I think it wasn't until the 90s that became more prominent with the church. But anyway, I did do some reading into this figure. And at the time that Donatello created this, he was actually sick himself, very sick. And so there are some scholars that believe that he was actually reflecting his own illness and pain when he created this. But you can find many, many sources in art that show Mary as a penitent, you know, as the sinner. So can you go on to the next slide, please? So I don't know at what point I started to believe that that Mary and Christ actually had a relationship. I think I was very much influenced by the Da Vinci Code. I mean, it's a novel, and it came out of pop culture, obviously. So, but anyway, somewhere in the early 2000s, I started reading more kind of serious or academic books on Mary Magdalene. But anyway, let's talk about this one in particular, this image. So she's holding an egg in her hand. She has a halo behind her. She obviously looks like she's, you know, Middle Eastern, which she was. So the egg has a very rich symbolism for Mary Magdalene. She was actually the name Mary is the name of a noblewoman. Miriam was a noblewoman. That's why so many women in the New Testament were named Mary. So, and as a noblewoman, she was one of the women who actually supported Christ in his ministry. Obviously, he was traveling for years, you know, 3 years, and during that time needed some kind of funding. And it was actually the women who helped him, who supported him. So anyway, the legend about this egg is that Mary Magdalene, as a noblewoman, requested an audience with the Emperor Tiberius in Rome. And when she went there, she brought up the crucifixion and the fact that Christ resurrected from the dead. And what he said to her was, there's as much likelihood that Christ resurrected as there is that egg will turn red. And the legend is that it actually did when she was standing there in front of Tiberius. So that's one symbol that's very often shown, or Mary is very often shown holding an egg. She also often is shown with a jar of ointment. You know, she was described in the New Testament actually as anointing Jesus, you know, after he died. Well, I had read long ago that one of the points with an anointment is it's not just any woman who would go into a crypt and anoint, you know, a male person. It would have to have been a spouse, right? So I had read that story long ago. Well, it's not actually a story; it's the truth. So anyway, so she's often shown with the jar of ointment that she used to anoint Jesus. Sometimes she's shown with a skull. There can be a link. The symbolism with the skull could be knowledge, or it could be her link to Calvary or Golgotha, the place of the skull, as it was called. And then, this is a little bit obscure, but I did read one account where the symbol of the skull is actually the skull of John the Baptist. And there was one account that she actually had been married to John the Baptist first. So that's a little bit of a tangent. But anyway, and then one other thing that I want to say is Mary Magdalene, the Magdalene, or, you know, some people say Mary of Magdala. Well, Magdala doesn't exist anymore. Actually, the town was destroyed in 60 CE, 61 or so, the Christian era. And I did read an account where Mary Magdala actually means the tower. And that was one of Jesus's terms for her, that she was the tower, one of the ones who was presenting wisdom to followers and to the disciples themselves. So that is some of, you know, some of the history I've read. I have more, but I don't know. Sandra, do you want to ask any questions at this point?
No, I'm eager for you to talk about more. So one of the things that really fascinated me, that Mary was a title versus really a name, and that a lot of people had that. And, you know, I think of even in cultures, in a neighborhood where I grew up as a child, there might be 5 girls in the family, and they were all, you know, Mary Ellen, Mary Catherine, Mary. And so when you said that it was a title, I thought that made sense, because I always wondered why everyone in some of these families all had the first name Mary, and they went by that.
And I think there were 5 Marys who were described in the New Testament as ministering to Jesus in his, you know, as he walked about the land. So I do want to say too, as I began this today, well, before we started, I just asked for guidance and from her. And the word that came to, or the phrase that came to me was, speak to the love. And I think, I don't know, frankly, whether Mary and Jesus were married. I thought at one point, because that's core message of the Da Vinci Code and some other series, you know, books that I read, a trilogy I read. I'm not sure about that at this point. I do think that she was, you know, the New Testament itself said she was the disciple to these disciples. And so there aren't a lot of blatant references in the New Testament to her. And most of them come at the end, like where she's, you saw that mosaic at the beginning of this talk, where she's with Christ or in the garden or whatever. But there's really no reference in the actual New Testament about them having a partnership.
Well,
or her being the companion. There are other references and there are other writings, which I will speak to shortly.
Okay. I was going to say, yeah. And I told you recently I went to a conference in Bristol, England, and I can't remember the name of the town at this exact moment, but we had gone to Avery and some of these areas off the countryside. And there was in this one town that is, they get a lot of tourists there. There's this huge abbey from back at the time of Christ, and there's stones in this abbey that have Mary and Yeshua's name together, carved in these old stones. And the historians that tour you say that Mary and Jesus lived together as a couple in this area,
Right.
and that they lived in this chapel, and that there was a lot of different history with it. So I'll let you go with that.
All right. So if you could cue up the next slide,
Sure.
please.
Obviously, I put these in backwards.
It's okay. That's fine. Anyway, so this is the south of France. It's a mountain range, but it is a cave and grotto where Mary Magdalene is thought to have spent her last 30 years. So Joseph of Arimathea was a shipping merchant, and after Jesus died, there was a lot going on. What I read was that, and studied was that Mary Magdalene had to get out of the area. So she went to Alexandria, Egypt first. And then it got, things got pretty bad there too. So he got her passage on a ship that went to Marseille, actually. And one of the legends about that boat was that it was oarless. That one of the legends is that she was put on that boat as almost like a punishment with some of the other, followers, but they were brought ashore in France, in the south of France. So, I mean, it's a lovely legend, and, we don't have documents necessarily. I mean, there is information, but some of it's buried in artwork from the time. Some of it you have to kind of parcel out in other readings, ancient texts. So anyway, I think it's a very lovely story, and about the oarless boat. Anyway, there is documentation in the south of France that she did actually live there, and some of her relics are there. There's much devotion to her in the south of France. So anyway, that is there's very strong beliefs there, and I haven't been there yet. That's on my list to do, for sure. But I do want to toss that out there that she made passage, and she was also preaching there in that area. So there are many sites there that she is known to have visited, and to churches and images and artifacts like you're talking about that you saw in England. So if you could cue up the next slide, please. So I when I was looking for images, a lot of the early Christian art of Mary Magdalene, well, it depends on the kind of the era that it was created, but some of it, there's this scene, right, in the New Testament where Mary is at the tomb, and she doesn't know who took the body, who took Jesus. And she meets who she thinks is a gardener. So one of the things that, some of the artwork that I saw, it was like Jesus was afraid of her. That was the image, many of the images that I saw. And I really like this one because, Jesus in spirit, and they're together, and but I couldn't find a source for this one in particular. It just said, the source was the St. John's Bible. So I apologize to the artist for that. But anyway, the translation that ended up in English is that Mary don't touch. She doesn't recognize him first, right? And then he says to her one simple word. He says her name, Mary. And when he says that, she recognizes him. And I think it's just such a beautiful moment. You know, it's through saying her name that she recognizes him. But he's also described as saying, "Do not touch me." And that's the translation from the Greek to, you know, through many different languages into English. But I did take in the seminar I took starting in January, there was a Jewish scholar, Lizzie is her first name. She said that translation is actually wrong. You know, he didn't say "do not touch me." He said "do not hold me" or "do not hold me back." Like, do not keep me on this plane. I need to go to the other. So I just think it's a really touching, beautiful scene, and it is documented in the New Testament. So more about that in a second. But so anyway, I think it's a lovely passage. So now let's talk about some of the, you know, what happened was there is an actual Gospel of Mary. And there's some question about, was it actually written by Mary Magdalene? So one of the first early Christian writings was Paul's letter to, I think it was a letter to the apostles. And then that was, I mean, Paul didn't even know Christ. He knew of him, and that's where his readings came from. But the Gospel of Mary, I think Mark was written first, maybe in 70 AD or 70 CE, Christian era. And then this Gospel of Mary was written in 90 CE. So it was one of the first. And for 300 years, there were kind of factions in early Christianity. So there was a Mary Magdalene group that taught her writings and teachings. And, you know, but frankly, at first, none of the disciples were educated. You know, the noble women were the ones who followed Jesus, but none of the disciples were. They were, you know, married. They were carpenters, fishermen. They didn't know how to read. So the early stories were passed down through listening, through speaking. There wasn't much written down at all because people didn't, you know, only a handful wrote back then. So the Gospel of Mary, I think this is very interesting because the first fragment was found in the late 19th century. I think it was 1885 or so, the very first fragment of a gospel written by someone named Mary. And then another two fragments were found in the 20th century. I think the last one was 1985 or so. So they were pieces, though. There's no full Gospel of Mary. A third of it has stayed in existence. But I think it's kind of a neat thing that it's been found semi-recently, the last century, because it speaks to me that maybe our era happening now is the one that's more open to get this story out, to get this story about the connection between Mary and Jesus. And getting back to that what was spoken to me about when I was preparing for this, speak to the love. And that's what the early gospel to me of Jesus, I mean, the early writings about him were about the love. And I think sometimes, you know, I feel like I can say this because I am a Catholic, I still practice. But what happened was in 325, Constantine, bishops were meeting, Constantine participated, and he was the one in 325, because at the time there were lots and lots of gospels that were being circulated. And at the time that Constantine decided on the canonical Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And then all the other ones were probably destroyed. It's estimated that 85% of early Christian writings have been lost. And so what these three fragments of Mary Magdalene's Gospel speak to us is that it must have been true that there was this Gospel of Mary Magdalene, because these fragments, there were three separate ones found in three separate places. So that must mean that there actually was this Gospel. And what happened to the first few pages? It's possible that they were destroyed. Maybe they had something that was in them that was way too contrary to what the dogma of the church was at the time. I don't know for sure, but I do think that it's kind of a neat thing that we are finding out more and more. There are people writing on this topic. I mentioned at the beginning, I am not a scholar, not this topic at least. There are people writing who really have strong credentials, who are doing academic research on this topic. This is not just Dan Brown, coming up with a story that he put into a book that was made into a movie. This is valid research that's being done. So one of the differences between the two types, so there's the canonical Gospels, the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and then there's what are called the wisdom Gospels, the Gospel of Philip, the Gospel of Mary, the Gospel of Thomas. And if you read through some of those, they're very short. But if you read through them, at first, frankly, the Gospel of Philip, when I first read it, I thought, what in the world? It's really very, very different from the traditional Gospels. In fact, it's kind of out there a little bit. And by out there, I mean, it's almost like stream of consciousness writing. So if you're interested, it would be well worth it to pick up some of those wisdom Gospels and try and read through them. It's very, very, very interesting. But one of the things, and this I found in the Gospel of Mary, Jesus is asked, "What about sin?" And his response is, "There is no such thing as sin." This is from early Christian writings. There is no such thing as sin. We sin when we go against our true nature. What is our true nature? Our true nature is to become like God, to transcendence, to become like God. Our true nature is our connection with God, whatever you believe that to be. So in Greek words, in the Gospel of Mary, Christ is described as the Son of Man, but the actual translation is not, the Son of Man. The passage is that he is the child of true humanity. And when you do that as a yoga teacher and practitioner, I mean, that sounds to me very Eastern in its phrasing. We look for the true self, right? In yoga, we try to find this true self through our practice. So I think it's just fascinating. I did read an account that Jesus did spend some time in the Far East and learned, some of the practices he learned came from his time there. So, I mean, we don't know, right? There's 12 years that we don't know what was happening with him. It's not that there is one reference in, I think it was in writings in India, where someone named Yeshua had visited. So I guess I found the connection there too, having practiced yoga for so long as I have. So do you want to jump in at any point, Sandra?
No, I'm just fascinated with all of this.
Okay.
And I know there's some other things that you're going to talk about, and I don't want to preempt them.
Okay. So here's one of the issues. So Jesus actually spoke in Aramaic. And then it was translated many, many years later into Greek, the first few translations. Actually, the Gospel of Mary was translated into or it was written in Coptic first, which is a dialect out of Egypt. And then long time coming, it eventually was translated into Latin. You know, his words translated from the Greek into Latin. And then it was a long time before it ever became translated into any vernacular, like English or Spanish or French or whatever. I think in the 1100s, there was a community in France, the Cathars, where that was one of their goals, or one of their practices was to translate the New Testament into the vernacular so that we, as so-called common people, could understand it, could actually, read what was written. Because before that, it was, cathedrals in Europe, for example, had the stories embedded in their stained glass, like Chartres Cathedral, a whole glass window dedicated to the life of Mary Magdalene, along with many, many others. So that's where people studied and learned. Most people studied and learned, in the churches. They weren't reading what, was written, obviously. So, and I do want to speak also to this point. Mary Magdalene was venerated up until the 7th century. It was Pope Gregory who first made a comment in I don't know if it was in writing, one of his writings or in a talk. He mentioned that she was the prostitute healed of 7 sins. And from that point on, she became portrayed in artwork as a prostitute. So that was the origin of that image of her. So
That's interesting.
Yes.
It comes from a person, or
Right.
a person of authority who,
Right.
would switch something to their advantage. Just
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
go
Go ahead.
I'm trying to be choose my words nicely. But
Yeah,
when you were talking about the translations, just I think that folks really need to pay attention, and that the information's all out there. It's just
It
putting
is.
the energy and the time to study it and look it up. And this is just something that came to me recently, is when they, the translation of Jesus said the meek will inherit the earth. Well, it was said in Aramaic, which really translates to what he said really translates into the simple will inherit the earth. So I do think that folks need to take a moment of pause. They just need to take a moment of pause when they're reading and looking at things, to understand that there's a lot of other things into play. And, perhaps what we've been told isn't exactly accurate history.
That same Pope, by the way, Pope Gregory, there were several Pope Gregories, but he was the one who decreed that priests have to be celibate.
Oh, there you
Even
go.
though there's stories about him having an affair with Matilda of Canossa, and that he actually fathered a child, which isn't unusual for popes. I'm sorry to say, but he was the one who started celibacy within the church, within the religious orders of the priests.
Interesting.
Yes.
Which dissolved the whole relationship between Joshua and Mary to non-existence.
Well,
but there's still standing buildings that say differently, as the one I visited, that abbey I visited in England.
Right. But there's a phrase in the Bible, in the New Testament, and it's repeated in many different passages of the canonical Gospels, those with ears to hear, may they listen. And I think this phrase fits very well with connecting to Mary Magdalene. For some, I think it's a hard, connection to accept that maybe they were partners or companions or beloved. I think for some it is, but I think for others it's not. And if you have ears to hear this, may you hear it. I have at the end, I did submit a bibliography with many books that give you suggestions for books to read.
Mhm.
There are some that are a couple are historical novels. I also want to say that some scholars think that the Gospel of John was written by a woman, possibly Mary Magdalene, because it's very different in references to love from some of the other Gospels. So I just want to toss that out too, that is a possibility.
Well, that makes sense when you point out that the people of that time and the people in the professions that were the apostles would not have been able to read and write, and that these noble women and people of wealth would have been the people who had that skill set.
Right.
But yet perhaps it wouldn't have been accepted, so they penned it under a different name, or maybe they penned it under their name and people like Pope Gregory just switched the authors around.
Right. And, I'm sure he was influenced by the ones who have come before him.
Sure.
And, there was a push to, like there is now, control the information that's going out there. So, I suppose it's understandable on some level. But getting back to the love, it just seems to me that so much of Christ's words and teachings were about love. And for me, it doesn't bother me that they might have been married or that they probably were married. She is called the koinonos in Greek in the Gospel of Philip, and that means partner or companion. So what does that mean? Does that mean, and that phrase was only used for someone who is very close. So, there are references out there that speak to this connection that they had. At the very least, I think she was very prominent in the early church, very, very critical and crucial to preaching about the church itself and about the beliefs and that message of love more than anything. That to me is the core teaching. And I think in some ways we have gotten away from that in the church today, in some ways. But I do want to say, I believe there are some people within the churches that wholeheartedly embrace this whole connection between Mary Magdalene and Jesus. I don't find it threatening, find it plausible. I mean, when you think about it, I read this quite a while ago. When you think about Jesus operating in a ministry, a public ministry, walking around, one of the points was that, well, if he wasn't married, he would have been thought of as being very odd, at that time. So how would he have been able to connect with, with the people through his ministry if he was thought of somebody who wasn't kind of, meeting the standard of a relationship at that time, So I toss that out as well. It's just something to consider. That's what I ask, that you consider this, pray on it, or ask, for guidance yourself and or maybe search out more information.
It's there. You just need to look.
It is for those with ears to hear. So anyway.
I should have titled the name of this presentation that.
Yeah, next time.
Next time.
Can you go on to the next slide, please, Sandra?
Yes.
So this is, I like this image. Sue Ellen Parkinson is a contemporary artist, obviously working. I think she's out of Mexico, actually. But she does many, many images of Mary Magdalene that are refer back to the early writings, but then they're very contemporary. I chose this slide because I would like to talk about my beliefs right now. Where does all this leave me? So I was a teacher for a long time in Cleveland, and from time to time, my kids would say to me, "Hey, Dr. V, what are you?" Like, meaning, what religion do you belong to? And I'd say, "Well, I'm a Catholic Buddhist," and they'd go, "What?" It doesn't make any sense. But I have wrestled with this topic for a long time. I've wrestled with what is my faith? What are my beliefs? And frankly, I still go to church. I still like getting communion. But I full disclosure, I sit there many Sundays and I just get very annoyed at the least about what is being said. Annoyed about how women are sort of left out of the picture in some ways. Annoyed when they pray about, ask for prayers for finding priests, but meaning male priests, So, but anyway, I do believe there are people within the church that believe the same things that I'm saying here. And I do believe, in particular, some of the Jesuits, are very faithful. I know priests in France are. And there actually was a monk. I don't know if some of you have done spiritual reading, but The Cloud of Unknowing was written, I think, in the 12th century or 13th century. It was an anonymous monk who wrote it. It was his teachings, supposedly, to a novice. And he wrote about Mary Magdalene in that book, and he spoke about her love, the love and the connection. I mean, that was the 13th century, and it was in that book. Because to me, it's a meditative practice to read The Cloud of Unknowing. And I was kind of shocked when I read it, when I came across that passage. So anyway, I'm tossing that out too. I know there are believers of the same thing who practice within the church. So anyway, I still try to hobble along somehow. And I do, still go to church, get annoyed, but I try to work through it. But I do believe there are other believers there, who love Mary Magdalene and believe that she was strongly connected to Christ, or to Jesus, to Christ too. So anyway, any other questions, Sandra?
No, I mean, it's interesting that you say that, because I grew up Catholic and went to Catholic school, for 8 years, and, had all that, learned all of those kinds of things. And it is interesting as we learn more and we're evolving, as our spiritual selves, and we're transforming, because there's things that, we struggle with and we have to make peace with, and, we contemplate a lot. And I always felt, even in my elementary school years, that Mary Magdalene was given a bad rap. Like, it just never felt right or seemed right. So, as we started talking a lot about the Magdalene, like, I just was like all over this because I was so excited. And, I've certainly read a little bit on her. I'm not as studied as you are on it, but she's got her writings out there. She clearly was at his side, and that they had a partnership, and that they were in this together. Like, it was like, it helped me realize all those things that I intuitively felt even as a child. And I'll go back to what you said earlier. I mean, in the purity of the teachings of Jesus, Yeshua, the Christ, it is all about love. Everything is about love in its purity.
Right.
It's an amazing, beautiful thing. And somewhere along the line, things got lost or were leveraged in a different type of way for people's own agenda. And now it's got really sort of mucked up quite a bit, I think. And I love that you're willing to study it and get more of the facts and the information, but even more so that you're willing to talk about it. I mean, I personally feel like we're going through a big shift
Right.
in humanity right now. And from my personal perspective, I think that the Christ energy has returned to Earth. And, you know, that's part of the rhetoric of all of this is the return. Well, this is what the return is. It's an energy, and it's bringing love back to move us out of all of this duality and sort of yuckiness that we're going through right now and create a humanity in a world of love. So thank you for
Well,
doing this.
and one thing I do want to say is that Christ, or Jesus, was radical in his approach to women. Accepting women as partners and disciples was a radical concept back then. I mean, you know, the other disciples fought against it. They didn't want. They thought there was something wrong that Jesus turned to women to, you know, as his disciples and ministers. So that was a radical thing back then. And when I have to say, frankly, you know, for a while, I just felt like you could make the case that if you just want to, if you want to focus on some of the historical elements, that Christianity isn't even what Christ was teaching, or not fully what Christ was teaching. You know, this approach to women being so deeply involved in what he was doing, I think at the point where I registered with that was when I really felt, you know, angry about it, to tell you the truth. You know, you know, I'm still, as I said, hobbling along, trying to practice. But I felt we were challenged in the seminar that I mentioned to you, the Beehive, the one on Mary Magdalene I'm still taking. And I'm sure you can search the Beehive and find references to it. We were challenged to try to get the word out about Mary Magdalene. And so I feel I want to thank you, Sandra, for giving me this opportunity to speak to her, speak for her, give a voice to what she was and she is. And so I thank you very much. I bow to you.
And that's what spirituality explained is all about. So yes, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thanks to everybody who tuned in and is listening. Thank you for joining.
Okay. So I don't see any questions in the chat with this. I did the Gnostic Bible, the Gnostic books.
Gnostic
books was that the books? So I'm not real familiar with that. Is that a different?
Those would be part of the wisdom.
Okay.
Wisdom Gospels.
Okay. I did.
So the canonical, and then those were discovered in 45, which once again makes me wonder what are, you know, kind of, it registers with me that this is new information that's relatively new, you know, coming to us.
Okay, that was the only other little note that I had written down there.
I think Gnostic refers to gnosis, meaning knowledge.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Well, I appreciate you doing this, and I know that you're still deep into your studies with this. And it actually came up with one of the other guests earlier, and I had mentioned to you that we're looking at doing another summit later in September, and then a third one in January. So I'm excited to actually, you know, if you're willing, have you on the next summit, and this will almost turn into a series of updates on, you know, the findings and knowledge of Mary Magdalene. So I appreciate that. And the other thing is, I know you wrote a really nice bibliography, and it is here, but I will have it also posted up in the website so that people can really take a look at it. Okay. And if I can figure out how to add the Word document into the YouTube because I know there's a way to do that. I'll
Okay.
also put the bibliography posted in there, because I think that the bibliography is a very important part of the presentation. And again, it allows us each to take our own ownership into finding knowledge and coming to our own conclusions with different things. Any last things you want to leave out there? I guess I get my other question for you is, I know that you're deep into this, is what else is next for Dr. V out there?
Well, a trip to the south of France would be nice. I mean, that's what I need to focus on and bring together, you know.
Okay. Any last messages you want to leave for the folks listening to us?
If you have ears to hear,
Gosh, that is so
let you
powerful.
hear.
Yeah.
May you hear.
Beautiful. Thank you for that. Well, thank you. You have a good day, and we
You
will
too.
be in touch.
And thanks to everybody. All right. Take care. Thanks, Sandra.
You're very welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So everyone, I do want to thank, everyone for joining us today for our first day of the 2024 Wild Soul Gathering Summer Summit, Spirituality Explained. We really did have a pretty powerful day. We started with Mary Armendez, who really spent a lot of time with the angels explaining that and talking about how we can utilize the angels in our lives. We had CJ Miller, who did a very nice job with some artwork exercises to help us get in touch and being our own creators. We know that we are creator beings, and learning how to understand our own creative abilities to help us create our own lives and to help us create this new world that we're creating. It was very powerful. He did a really nice job with that. And then Sony Singh, she really did a nice job with demystifying the Oracle and talking about how she got on a path where she ended up creating her own set of Oracle cards, something she never expected that she would do in her future. And there it was, she was connecting them. And then we had Nikki Ackerman, who talked about Reiki. Reiki seems like it's a lot more mainstream, and I take it for granted. And a lot of that is because of the spiritual community I'm in. But I have had people reach out to me to want to get more information. So Nikki did a really nice job with that. Julie Baldino, following those nudges and how she ended up doing her crystal work. And gosh, what a demonstration she gave. Incredible demonstration with explanation. It would be something, if you missed it or you want to watch the replay on it, absolutely, I would do that. And then we ended with Chris Van Heijs and her work with the Magdalene. So tomorrow, we have a big day planned. We have another 6 speakers. We are going to be starting our presentation with the amazing Heather Lee Strom, who channels the K9 spirit guides. And we're going to start our day again with energy work. We started it today with some energy work with Mary, which really reset each of us who participated. Heather Lee's going to be sharing some of that and also talking about her journey and how she ended up with that. We are going to be talking about the tarot, what being spiritual in today's world, committing to our intuition, self-discovery and cosmic friendships, and decoding spiritual terms. Both we have a session with Nikki Ackerman, and we also have some pre-recorded material that we added. I want to thank everyone for joining us. I look forward to our next 2 days. Be the light. Remember, embrace that wild soul. See everyone tomorrow. Thank you very much.